Just ready? Okay. We're going to start the meeting, folks. Notice is hereby given pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act, Vernon's Annotated Civic Statute, Article 6252-17, that the city of Smithville will conduct a city council meeting and public hearing on December 8th, 2025 at 6 p.m. in the council chambers of City Hall, 317 Main Street, Smithville, Texas. Call the meeting to order. Councilman Jameson.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. If you will bow your heads with me. We gather this evening as representatives and servants of our community, committed to the well-being of all who call our city home. We are grateful for the privilege and responsibility entrusted to us, and we ask for your wisdom and guidance as we undertake the work before us. Grant us clarity and discernment in our deliberations. Help us to listen with open minds and compassionate hearts, to seek understanding across differences, and to consider the needs of every resident. May our decisions reflect integrity, fairness, and the spirit of cooperation. Bless our city with peace, safety, and prosperity. Watch over those who serve and protect, and inspire each of us to contribute to the common good. May we work together with respect and purpose, striving always to make our community stronger and more inclusive. Amen.
Yeah, we're going to have to. Okay, we have a presentation from the Bastrop County Advisory Board of Health. Cassidy Penn will present.
Okay, now we're on. Good evening, Council. It has been my great privilege to serve as the Bastrop County Board of Public Health Board Member for the City of Smithville since our seating in March of this previous year. In these past few months, we have been able to accomplish quite a few things, as is outlined in the State of the Union document that was provided to you prior to this meeting. I hope you were all able to review, but I will discuss some of the highlights from that report, as well as talk about some of the obstacles that we've had as our board this past year, and also some resources for the city of Smithville. So first and foremost, as mentioned, our board got started around March of this year. It's amazing that we were talking about March and it's already December. And you'll see from that document that we went from, oh, let me do some level setting. I realize we have a few new council members, but the board was put in place in response to Bastrop County's desire to move away from Public Health Region 7 and create our own public health board. This was a lot of intensive work that was done by a task force that was also created for Bastrop County. And that task force identified the need to move away from Public Health Region 7, as well as some of the priorities in creating a public health department for the city of Bastrop. With that, 9 board members, including myself, representing Bastrop County, Page, Smithville, Elgin, and a few others were selected. We immediately got thrown into the measles outbreak. That was one of the first things that we really wanted to tackle. Fortunately, Bastrop County did not have any confirmed measles cases, although we did have several suspects. But we were able to use our board to make sure that we were able to pull in the correct epidemiologists to advise the board, as well as the courts of Bastrop County. Also a priority of the board and the department was to increase public awareness of the purpose behind creating this board. Along with that came newsletters, social media, as well as many in-person health events and fairs throughout Bastrop County. One of the most important messages that we were able to get out was in regards to mosquito-borne illnesses that we all know occur in the summer. And with some of those new communication pushes, we were able to reach almost 32,000 people in the city of Bastrop, or the county of Bastrop. One of the other great accomplishments was bringing on Credible Mind. I will speak to that in more detail, but this is a fantastic free mental health resource for everybody who lives in Bastrop County. It has over 100 mental health topics, and as well as mental health assessments that can be taken anonymously or can be taken on advisement of providers. This was also something that was sent out to providers in Bastrop County to make sure that they knew this was a resource for their patients. We were also able to get access to some of the state health data, which allows us to track things like cancer rates, airborne illnesses, as well as some of the other environmental health issues that we can see from either air or water quality. So we were able to get access to that from the state of Texas. We were also able to get a $750,000 grant to improve low-income housing in Bastrop County. This was on behalf of the St. David's Foundation. Along with St. David's Foundation, we were also able to get 250 grants and scholarships to retain healthcare workers in Bastrop County. All 250 of those scholarships will go to people who are currently learning in Bastrop County and who intend to stay in Bastrop County. We were also able to actively work with partners such as A&M to get surveillance on some of the epidemiology outcomes that we were looking at, including those mosquito airborne illnesses, as well as traumatic brain injury and a few others like vaccine preventable illnesses. Sue is with me. She is also on the board. You'll see the 9 members of the board in that packet as well. Between all of us, we have about 150 years experience in the public health field. So we are definitely committed to this issue. And it is something that is a passion of ours as we move forward. Along in that packet, you'll see all the board members as well as all of the new employees that the board, the department has taken on. Everything from information specialists who are creating the newsletters and social media, to our epidemiologist, and to even a grant coordinator that we were able to secure through some of that funding. One of the things that I really want to point out in that packet is on page 8, and that includes the budget. We went from a non-budgeted year to a budgeted year, and you'll see that only 6% of the budget for the public health department actually comes from Bastrop County. The rest is through grants and other initiatives that we were able to bring on. And in reality, the fact is that for every $3 that the board or the department spends, we bring in about $150 to the city of Bastrop. So this is one of those that the money that we spend actually has good revenue in return. So with only 6% of our budget, we were able to move forward for Bastrop County. We did have a few hiccups along the way, one of which is we were tasked to create a public health department, but since then we've been having some struggles of getting buy-in to have a public health building or even the budget that we requested. So right now we're in a bit of a flux situation, waiting to get a facility to where we can actually do vaccines and have people come in for appointments to actually get those vaccine and those other public health initiatives that we are taking over from Region 7. That is currently still in the works, but we are hopeful by the end of the year, we could potentially get access to a building that we either already own or we can get the funding for that building. After page 8, you'll see some of the social media and health alerts, as well as the media interviews that we were able to conduct. And one of the other things that I'm really proud that we are able to accomplish is that, Jimmy, I think you actually led one of the group meetings in Smithville to discuss the free public housing or the trying to get affordable housing back in Bastrop County. And so we were able to meet with 13 nonprofit organizations around Bastrop County to see where that need exists. All right. Finally, I want to follow up with another resource that was provided to you. It's about Credible Mind. Again, unfortunately, we know, just living in the city of Smithville, that mental health is a major struggle of getting access to mental health resources in the city of Smithville and the county of Bastrop. We were able to launch Credible Mind, which again is a free resource for all residents of Bastrop County. People can access this anonymously, or they can actually create an account where they can get in and do assessments and actually share that with their provider if they so choose to. Unfortunately, I think just in the last couple of weeks, we've lost another citizen in Smithville to death by suicide. And this is something that I would hope that the city council would continue to support, especially for the citizens of Smithville. And then second, and with Credible Mind, just as of 12/3, we've had 993 unique individual users to that platform. And that includes 112,000 total people who live in Bastrop County. So it's only about 0.8% utilization, but it is still really good to see that people just in the last few months have been really responding to this resource. And also this last week, we were able to launch a youth landing page that is specific to kiddos under the age of 18. All right. Second to that, this was not provided to council ahead of time, so I do apologize. We just got this last week. But in looking at social media and some of the issues that the citizens of Smithville have been discussing quite regularly, Darling Industries, DARPro. They just recently launched a website where they are tracking complaints by residents of either Bastrop or Smithville, but in Bastrop County, regarding the odor and the water and the air contamination. It appears that there's about 450 complaints to the state since July of 2024. If you do the math on that, that's more than one complaint a day, which is pretty outstanding. But this site is specific to the plant here in Smithville, Elgin boundary line. So I will share that with council, but I highly encourage the citizens of Smithville, if they do have a complaint or they have a issue with Darling Industries, to use that link to let them know their concerns, because I don't think that information is getting to the plant itself or the complaints that are going to the state. They're wanting to invest in wastewater and air initiatives, but they need to know where they need to start. So with that, I will pause for questions from the council.
One of the things is the Credible Mind. I would really encourage you to get with Jeremy, and let's have a link to this on our website for our people in town to do what's necessary. And I would suggest to y'all to figure out how to get a link on Facebook for the local area, and let's start reaching out. I understand that Smithville, the suicide rate is unacceptable here.
Yeah.
And we need to change that.
Yes.
So I would really like to see that. I really, was on the task force. I appreciate everything that you're doing. And we'll stand behind you with this. We're going to move forward with it.
Well, thank you for that. And yes, I've solo on my own have been trying to share it amongst the Smithville Community Connections pages and the different resources here on Facebook that we have open to us in the community. So having that support from the city would be fantastic, and I'll make sure that gets to the right people.
Question on the DARPro. Are they asking for the complaints to go to the company's complaint system instead of the state?
I would do both.
Okay, yeah, I wanted to make sure that was clear. Okay.
Well, in looking at the numbers, if you look at 450 complaints in about 400 days, that's quite a bit. And with them, they've hired a specific agency to work on these complaints. And when the agency was asked about it, they were like, well, we've only gotten 2 in like the last month. So getting that information from the state to the plant itself has been a bit of a struggle. So I would recommend that those be done conjointly. And that has also been shared online, but I'm happy to share that with the city as well.
Anyone else?
Can you just please briefly tell the audience what DARPro is?
Oh, sure.
Some people don't know what that is.
DARPro, it stands for Darling Ingredients, and for the lack of a better word, they are an animal waste disposer or a rendering plant per se. And they typically set up shop in smaller town areas where there's been some issues that follow those setups of those plants. And the folks, and if you look at social media, the folks who live around that plant, and not just live around that plant, because the media, if it goes into the water system or if it goes into the air, it doesn't matter if you live next to the plant. If you live in Smithville, you're going to be affected by it. So it is definitely one of those things that we need to keep an eye on, especially since so many complaints are going unheard or unresolved.
Yeah, and while it's between Bastrop and Elgin, there
Yes.
have been a few times where the odor has actually made its way all the way into Smithville.
Yeah.
It's rare for that to happen, but there's been a couple of times where it's been
Yeah.
minute.
And unfortunately, and with the access to the state data with the various cancer rates and upper respiratory conditions, we'll even be able to look at the zip codes around the plant to see if we can see any trending data along with that as well.
Okay, we really appreciate you coming out tonight. I will let you know that we're going to go out for whatever it is. We have to let everybody, if wants to fill your position in March, and you'll all come back and we'll do that in either February or the first meeting in March. That you're going to take care of that part? Yes, ma'am.
And that was just going to be my final statement. Given the fact that we did just really get started in March, this was supposed to be a year appointment. So I would really appreciate the council's commitment to reinstating me another year if they so choose to, but I would like to put my name in to continue to represent Smithville.
Absolutely. It's just a process we have to find, do. Thank you.
And I think it'd be wise also, we have the section on our website where citizens and whatnot can, so I think posting things there occasionally just so it's able to be dropped would be great.
Perfect. And I will make sure to get you that information about Darling, since it just did come my way at the end of last week.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
I'm going to make an announcement. The trash contract, our solid waste management contract, if you came here to hear about that, that's not going to be discussed tonight. That will be on the 19th. I'm sorry if there was any sort of miscommunication about that, but that will not be done tonight. I am going to talk about the recycling center in a moment, but that will not be talked about tonight. Jill, you are up with the Economic Development Annual Report.
Good evening, council and citizens and everybody, city manager, everybody who's here. Thank you all for all the things that you all do. I did want to, Donna. I wanted to recognize Donna Nichols before she runs out, just so you see, she came in a little bit later, but she's our director of the Bastrop County Public Health Department. And so just wanted to acknowledge her being here for the presentation. Thank you, Donna. Yeah, so we started this economic development annual report in about October timeframe, more or less. We've been working with Golden Shovel to talk to really kind of use this as a marketing piece to talk up what's going on in Smithville. What I'm showing you is still a draft form. There's 5 pages that have not been outlined yet that just have content but haven't been laid out. So this is just sort of a sneak peek of what it is that we're working on. Several staff members were involved in putting getting kind of like the concept of it together. So this idea of the community in focus is something that we came together to really try to make sure that our film industry is something that we're highlighting through this. If you want to go ahead to the next. So we've got the welcome to Smithville. We've got the mayor and Jeremy, our new city manager, are up front and center right there. And of course, all of the content is still tweakable at this stage. So before it becomes finalized, I'll make sure that we send all that out and get any kind of comments that we need back. Yeah, go ahead. And we're using that film strip along the bottom to again, highlight the idea of the filming in Smithville. We've got, what is economic development in Smithville, the kinds of things that we have been working really hard to try to make sure that we are, celebrate the things that we've done over the last year, trying to just show the different things about the infrastructure, what we're doing to connect things, what makes it really, this is a very special place, our workforce training center, the quality of life here, the amenities that we have here, and then the strategic planning that we've been doing as well. If you want to go ahead. And then this is one of the spreads. So if you notice, the first spread, the opening had the camera lens, so to speak. What we've asked them to do is to kind of show that not just the historic sort of film strip thing, but then also kind of film and history to show that we are adaptable and moving forward. And so by the end of this, we'll have several different types of film related imagery in this. This is showing the film legacy, looking at it from like a VCR kind of a concept. The photo on the left-hand side came from the Crayola program. The 2 photos below on the right hand are from the library. One is from, and I forgive me, Judy may remember, it's one of the productions that was in the library. Panic from Panic. And then the bottom photo in the center there is from one of our teen night programs that was at the library, again, through a University of Seattle at Washington grant program that was really fantastic for our teens. And Judy can tell you a little bit more about that if you have questions. It was a really great program and they're still doing a lot of work with that. So if you want to go ahead to the next one. So this is talking about the municipal airport. We are going to replace that center photo with one that has the image of Sandy Meyerson, JD, and James, so that we have the 3 guys that are really, our helicopter guy and our James, the instructor, flight instructor, along with, of course, Sandy, who's the general manager there, basically. And so this will be, like really talking about what's going on at the airport and some of the things that are coming up as well. I'm going to go ahead to the next. This map is under progress yet. It's not as simplified as I'd like it to see it. So we're working out details, but basically what we're showing here is the infrastructure that we've been working on. So it has drainage, sidewalks, detention ponds, all of the really kind of, boring but very fundamental things that need to happen to be able to make sure that when you do come into the city, you have the infrastructure that you need for to be able to run your business well. If you look on the side, we'll be doing something more of a legend there rather than the lorem ipsum, Latin that's there. So this one here is one of the spreads that's still a work in progress, but I wanted to just showcase it. And then this is also another thing. Smithville has a lot of firsts and onlys. So we wanted to showcase how our Smithville has been forever has been innovative, has been trying to do things first, being the first ones to get things done. You know, when you look at some of the people who have been really leaders in the community to bring us the airport, to bring us MD Anderson, to bring us the rec center, to do all these kinds of things, to just try to make sure that we have what the citizens need to improve the quality of life and so on. We just wanted to showcase that. And then that's it. That's the last page. So we do have 5 more spreads that we'll be throwing in there to talk a little bit more about the healthcare industry. We've got one called Women in Business that highlights mixology, Twig, and the Sunday Market, and a couple other things that I think, you know, we've developed as being something to really showcase what Smithville is all about and how we can move forward with just trying to get people interested and telling everybody what we can celebrate here in town. So, yeah.
First, looks really great. I'm saying that from my professional experience as a marketing executive. I think it looks really good. Professional criticism is, I would just say that it seems lost on who this is for. I think it's a really great piece, but it seems a little, is it meant as a report of what has happened, or is it meant as kind of like a handout to encourage people to consider Smithville? And I'm not sure on that. And that's just like a focus, I think, more than anything.
Sure. I think it's intended to be an annual report to highlight what has happened, especially in focusing on the past year. But because it's an annual, I mean, we are trying to build up our marketing pieces. And because of, you know, like what we're trying to use this for, this will be something that we would pass out to who are interested.
No, and I think it would be a great piece to hand out, frankly. I mean, it's, I think, very compelling. I would say the infrastructure map, we're doing a lot outside of just the downtown core and even the south side.
It shows the south side.
I'm sorry.
It shows the south side.
Yeah, I'm saying we're doing a lot outside of the downtown and south side. So specifically like 71 and everything like that. I think it would be great to also feature some of that as well. I forgot what I was going to say on that. I had something very similar, but no, I think overall this is really great, and I think it's really compelling. Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And it is still a work in progress. We're still.
No, for sure. And I see that as well. And those are just comments that I think I would give my staff as well too.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No? Thank you, Jill.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to give a short update on the recycling center. You know, we're coming up through the end of the year, and I always tell how many memberships, the money that's been made. Memberships brought in $40,025, which is an uptick from the last year. And what we've sold up through, I believe it was October, what we had was 13,000. I believe we will collect probably with everything around 60,000 by the end of the year, which will show what we've done. That pretty much offsets the expenses it takes to operate. Because we're going to go under a new contract in March, I'm going to propose to the council, this is not an actionable, we can do this at the next meeting at the 19th, but for the in-town people, because we're going to undertake a new solid waste contract, the ones that have memberships, they can use it without paying the in-town through March. And the ones that are out of town will come into the first and pay their $100, because that no matter what, we funded it through the budget. So I figure we will stay with that. We can, after we get a solid waste contract, we can have more discussion about this in March, about the future, which way we're going and what we're going to do, if that's agreeable with council.
You're saying that you want to ask to put that on the agenda for the next council meeting?
Well, yeah, just an agreement with you, and we'll put it on the agenda for that. Yes, at the 19th.
Yeah. Okay. We
still have enough time, don't we, Jennifer? Thank you.
I think something else to potentially discuss, and I think we ran into this issue mid-year, is the people that purchase the yearly subscription. Um, each month that they go past the beginning of the year, they're getting less for their money. And I almost wonder, kind of like an old style state inspection sticker where you punch the year and the month that it expired, move into a system like that where they get their full 12 months,
Mhm.
regardless of when they sign up. That may be something else to consider as well, too.
Well, yeah, and we'll talk about that in conjunction with the solid waste contract on the 19th. I have a long list
I
for
can't
that.
participate, which is why I'm trying to bring up those comments right now.
Okay, well, yeah, and this year I went, and in July, what I did is for everybody at July, it was 50% of what it was costing. And we may do something else different with that, because I got a lot of feedback, hey, they didn't want to pay the whole year. So I'm good with that. Anybody else? Okay, so we're done with that. I need to ask if there are any citizen comments for the minutes? Yes, no? Nobody's, okay. So, right now for, item 5, approval of the minutes from November 10th, 2025 council meeting and public hearing. I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor Pro Tem, I have a motion. I make a motion to approve the minutes from November 10th, 2025.
I have a motion and second. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call. Councilman, Dunham,
Yes.
Councilman Meek,
Yes.
Councilman Jenkins is yes. Councilman Washington.
Yes.
Councilman Jameson,
Yes.
unanimous approval. So citizen comments on the discussion and action of a lease agreement with LCRA to place a 100 by 100 self-supporting tower for their private LTE communication network on city property. None? Yeah, Jeremy, okay, go ahead and talk, Jeremy.
So on December 2nd, LCRA held a meeting with myself, staff, and 2 elected officials. LCRA has expressed an interest in leasing a 100 by 100 area to build a new self-supporting tower for their private LTE communications network. The suggested 2 locations for the tower include Kilberg Park, which is outlined on the image there in red, or possibly Mount Vernon Cemetery, as outlined in the attached exhibit as well. The purchaser is offering roughly $75,000 for the permanent easement area. The choice presented for the council is to determine if the proposed agreement, which is included in the agenda, is acceptable, and if so, what location of the locations presented do you have a preference for?
Absolutely. Could we get the presentation from the man that's here? Yes, and we'll hear all about this.
Thank you, council for having me here tonight. My name is David Wells. I work with Branch Communications. We're a service provider in the telecommunications space, and we're assisting LCRA on their build out of the private LTE network. The LCRA is developing a private network that would be used for their own personal communications, but also they work together with other electric co-ops and municipalities to offer first responder services and to both FirstNet to some municipal jurisdictions who have emergency communications. We had proposed the 100 by 100 here at Kilberg Park. The offer is for $75,000 for perpetual easement. Should the city decide that one of these locations or another location there at the park would be acceptable to offer as a leasehold interest. LCRA would like to negotiate the contract. They would survey the property. From there, we must be compliant with all local, state, and federal permits. We concur with the Federal Aviation Administration to ensure that we're not a hazard to any sort of air traffic, such as would be flying into the city of Smithville Airport there north of town. We are compliant with the NEPA Act of 1964, which basically ensures that we are not going to have an impact on any sort of historic properties, any sort of wetlands, any sort of migratory birds or sensitive habitat, in addition to other checklist in the Department of the Interior NEPA checklist there. The site will be designed for extremely heavy winds. I believe the criteria is somewhere around 110 mile per hour sustained winds at a 30-second interval. It'll be very heavily engineered. It'll be heavily insured. LCRA pays for all costs related to development of the site. There is no out-of-pocket expense to the city. At the end, we'll insure the site. You guys would be covered under the insurance. And at the end of the term or the use of the site, LCRA would, of course, take the improvement down and return the property to its original condition, normal wear and tear expected. Just here to answer any questions and let's seek the approval to move forward with the negotiations.
I went up and looked at the site up on the hill by the ball field, and right there where the water tower is one of the things. I think that is a great site. It's in a self-contained area. It will be behind a fence, and it is really good. And also during that meeting, Sharon and I were in it, the mayor, and the deal was we're working with LCRA to get some grant funding to go ahead and get restrooms and a concession stand put up at that ball field to make it so that we can have events there for our youth. It's kind of hard to do that there now because we don't have concession or restrooms. So to me, this works out as a win-win for the city, working with LCRA and the tower.
Jimmy, are you saying that part of this negotiation is the restrooms? Or those are two separate?
There are two
totally
separate things.
issues?
Those are separate issues.
Can you explain for us and those in the audience and listening online, what is private LTE communications?
Yes, sir. The LTE communications is like a 5G. It's an advanced communication protocol. It is going to have very high speeds. It's very it carries a lot of data, but it's basically the same type of network that, say, an AT&T or Verizon would build. It is, like I said, 5G LTE. It's an advanced technology protocol, and it's just wireless communications.
When did LCRA get into this?
Well, I've
arena?
been working on the project about 6 months. I believe the project has probably been in planning for a couple of years.
But this is not public. This is for their private use only. This is for LCRA, not for anything
Correct.
else. It is.
A lot of companies, there are a lot of private networks popping up. The cost to outsource that to an AT&T or Verizon is quite substantial when you have as many employees as LCRA. But also, it's all electronics, and LCRA has a lot of electric running through this part of Texas. And so they can transmit a lot of fiber optics down their transmission lines, or run fiber optics down their transmission lines. This would be a wireless component to further integrate their network with the community, their employees, but also anybody who might be buying service from them, such as another electric co-op, a municipality, or FirstNet type network.
So in general, it's a cost savings initiative for LCRA? Thank you.
I think some of the arguments you made were about the FirstNet, I believe is what it's called. We coincidentally learned in the past meeting that Bastrop County and the city of Smithville, our closest radio tower is actually just north of Smithville, kind of just past Busher. What is the argument for y'all needing to do this instead of co-opting with Bastrop County on the already existing tower that they're using?
Well, again, this would be for their private communications. If Bastrop already has a FirstNet solution, then LCRA would not be providing it. In this case, it would be for their personal communications or any services they might be offering to other co-ops.
Okay. And I guess my other question is maybe more of a question for Edward if he's here. I'm sorry you're trapped in the corner back there, but I guess from the city's perspective, is there a preference of these sites, and do one of these sites in particular cause more constraints and use, like hinder the use of this property for development in the future for park space? I'm not sure if the city has a position on that.
To answer your question, we don't have any close around here. Is it going to take up our space out there? No, because nothing really gets used back behind where we have the water towers and stuff and everything. So actually it's a perfect site. When he brought it to us last week or whatever, there was like 3 different options. We canceled one out because we did not want it in the cemetery. But if there's going to be anywhere for more parking, it's going to be up at the north side of it or whatever. So down for the south side, that would probably be a great spot for it. Like you said, it's going to be right next to our water towers. There's electrical close by for them to use and stuff, and it won't affect anything for parking, restrooms, concession stands, anything like that.
And is there even space to add a second ball field to this?
So down to the south, we have the soccer / training field down there. I don't think that would be big enough to actually make a little league size field. And this is our junior field that's up at the top of the hill. So this is the big field for the bigger kids. And we're definitely trying to do something for them because there's no lighting up there or whatever. So play any games here due to that right now, unless it's during the day. So.
No, and I only asked because Smithville Little League earlier this year, they seem to have a bunch of plans. I want to make sure we're not getting in their way by approving one of these locations.
And kind of down here at the southwest part of the area down here, it's a drain and some hills down there and stuff, the creek that comes through there and everything. So there's no way that we could ever try to even put a ball field down that close.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thanks.
And one quick note to add to Mayor Pro Tem, your comment earlier, lighting was also part of that discussion, and I think we may have forgotten that part.
Yeah, lighting and everything. LCRA is they've been committed to work with the city of Smithville on many projects. I don't believe that'll ever be a problem. And I really like that it's going to be up there by that water tank. It will add a little bit more insulation between the water tank and everybody else. It's all going to be fenced, so I think it's more than appropriate place to put it.
Thank you. And I appreciate the comment there, Jeremy. Absolutely. Thank you for the time.
This is probably right in front of me, but I don't see it. The easement area is 100 by 100 feet.
Yes,
How
ma'am.
tall is the tower?
The tower height will probably land somewhere around 225 feet. And I'm sorry to be non-committal. We generally have a firm height. How this, not to say it that way, what we'll have to do is we'll have to concur with the FAA. And because of the airport, there's going to be conical surfaces and approach surfaces. And so they're going to take a really strong look at this. I think the way I had said it in the meeting last week was that it's going to be approximately the same overall actual mean above sea level as the existing tower that's a little further south on the private track. That tower is probably right up to the approach surface. And so ours, I couldn't tell you the exact height, but the overall height will be similar.
I think another question that brings up that I forgot to ask is, as was included in Jill's presentation, is there's an appetite to extend the runway of the airport. And I think we want to make sure that not only are we in compliance with the current FAA requirements, but that pending an extension of the runway south, that it would be in compliance with that as well too. And I don't know how close we are to that.
That is a good question. I wouldn't know exactly how to address that right here,
Sandy, can you come and speak to that?
but I would say it would be no taller than that existing tower.
All right. So the issue is, even without extending the runway to the south, there's a RPZ or runway protection zone that flares out. And as you move out, it moves up. But that also doesn't take into account something on the surface at a certain elevation, at a certain point, whether it's takes a lot of measurement and surveying, aerial surveying, to establish that. Now, once we go forward with that development of the runway extension, the RPZ will move farther south in the direction of the river and the VFW hall. And that RPZ will also move to the south. And I know this area well because when we fly in and land to the north, that water tower, the white cylindrical one, you cross right over that, and it's not too tall, but that's based on what we have right now. And landing on instruments on runway 35, heading to the north, that parameter changes. And that runway protection zone, I'm not sure, but I think it encompasses part of that area. How far over, I just couldn't say without sitting down looking at charts.
But the FAA will have all of this in consideration before they will allow them to build that tower. Am I correct? And
Yes.
it's going to comply with.
And they're used, for years, we had a countywide airport zoning board, which we didn't abandon it, but it just kind of went away a number of years ago. And that board is who would look at something like this, then present it to the FAA with the engineering data that, say, LCRA's engineers would provide. And then they would look at it and make an approval or not. But at this point, I would say the FAA engineers would look at it, and they can do most of this on paper without even doing the aerial survey. But it's a very good point to take into consideration for sure.
So is if we were to approve this, FAA was to look at it tomorrow, are they looking at it with the current runway length, or would they even consider our potential desire to extend the runway?
Both.
Okay.
Yeah, because the future plans that we have on our airport layout plan, that's all part of the reason that you do 20-year plans, is so that they have that document and they have something to look at and work from.
Okay.
Yes.
Are we protected, and this may be for city attorney, are we protected in this agreement in case it jeopardizes the future expansion plans?
Actually, there is an issue that I need to advise council of, but we would need to go into executive session for a few minutes to actually brief you on it.
You want to move to go to executive?
Yeah, I think we need to move to go to executive session and talk about that. We'll be back with you in just a moment. We are moving into executive session at 6:50. Consultation with attorney. Sorry, make sure it's right. All right, if everyone would move to their seats, please. We need to get the meeting back underway. What is this? This is open session, isn't it?
Yeah, you have to
Open-
announce the time.
Yeah,
Turn it.
it's 6:58. We're going back into the open meeting. Where'd they go? We only have one out. Yeah. Okay. Three's a quorum. Three is a quorum, so you can go ahead.
Yes, sir. Okay, there's an obscure statute in the Parks and Wildlife Code. It's chapter 26. It will actually require some public hearings before you can do anything with regard to a park. And any adoption for use or use of a portion of the park for something other than park functions will require some public hearings and for us to jump through a couple of hoops. So we can't actually do any of this tonight. Does that make sense? Okay, thank you.
And I believe that we can do this and get this done maybe, hopefully by our February meeting. And if you'll get with Jeremy and keep in touch with him, we will be able to move this forward and see where we're going with it. Okay? Okay, thank you for coming tonight. Okay. And we will be tabling this motion.
There's just no action. We've got
No
follow-up
action,
from-
excuse me,
follow-up
no
from the
action.
city.
So we have now discussion and action on authorizing expenditures from the tax note. Anybody sign up to speak? Edward is going to regale us.
You know, I wasn't gonna not come up here tonight. Yeah, can you hear me now? Okay. So just wanted to update y'all real quick on tub grinding. Tim with Austin Wood came by right before Christmas, met with me and Jeremy out there at the brush dump. And looking out there, we kind of drew out a little page of the brush dump where we are about 7,000 plus square footage of brush sitting out there. We're about 2.5 years worth of brush sitting out there. The leaf pile is give or take about 3/4 of the way full or whatever and stuff. So he went ahead and quoted us for the price. It's up to y'all if you want to go with it, but he threw us a price down at $47.5. That will clear out the whole brush dump. Brush, leaves, everything hauling off, done, cleared, even whatever we're racking up from the time we were there till he comes to this time, he'll take all of it, $47.5.
And that brings down our fire level.
That'll bring down our fire level. That'll bring it all down. We can probably, we'll start fresh. It could be another couple of years or whatever before we have to really sit back down and tub grind again or whatever and stuff, or just depends on how much, ever since we've closed the brush dump down to the public and this is all storm work and city work coming through or whatever, this is what we've accumulated in the past. Like I said, last year we didn't do any tub grinding. We only hauled off leaf piles. This year, this will take care of everything. This will take all the big stumps, all the brush, all the leaves, all the piles, everything out. $47.5.
Do we have money already approved?
Tax note is,
note.
tax note is in there for 50,000.
It is in there for
We
50.
need is just to, either you say yes or you say no and we move on and do it down the road or whatever, however y'all want to do it.
That's an easy one.
Okay,
It
make
needs to be
me a
done.
motion.
Are there other requests?
Or do we need another? Yes, there are other requests.
Do we want to make them all at once?
Yeah, let's just do it all.
Thank you.
Y'all usually do them separately. You want it?
You want to do it separately? Okay, I need a motion, please.
Mayor Pro Tem, I move that we approve expenditure from the tax note per ordinance 2025-697 for $47,600 for grind and haul services and hauling existing mulch pile.
I second that motion.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? No discussion, then we'll go down the vote. Councilman Dunham,
Yes.
Councilman Meek,
Yes.
Councilman Jenkins is a yes, Councilman Washington.
Yes.
Councilman Jameson,
Yes.
unanimous.
Thank you, council.
Yes, now then we have chairs by Jennifer.
Yes. Do y'all mind if I just sit here?
No, go for it.
So these are the chairs that I've given you the options for. The first two are my preference because they're more heavy duty and capacity. And they're not a bad price. But the further down you go, they're a little bit more expensive. They're a 275-pound capacity, but I wanted to give you options. So it's up to you.
So the real leather one is less than the false leather one. That's unusual.
Jennifer, you're recommending one
The-
one or two?
Yes, one or two.
We also already allocated this money, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Councilman Washington and I like number one.
Okay.
Number one, okay. How about anybody else?
Yeah, I mean, all the others are faux leather and
Yeah.
they're probably gonna degrade quickly.
Mhm.
And so choosing a genuine or real leather product would be a better option.
So you like number two?
The one,
The Bradley bonded leather executive wrote
yeah,
the,
the bonded one.
yeah.
So this one here,
Oh, okay.
this one's faux.
I'm fine with that one.
Oh, your pictures and your URLs are backwards.
Oh, okay.
That's what I was reading the URL. So
You want the real leather one?
I would, I mean, my preference would be the real one versus the. What?
Which one are you saying, sir?
He's going with number.
The first URL and the second picture,
Where's your second?
So
the one that's $279.99 versus
second
the 377 is a faux leather.
so you and I wanted number
That one might have a seat warmer though.
one.
Okay.
Counselor Meek, which one did you say?
The one with the heated seats. There's not one with heated seats. I'll
But-
go with number two.
All right, so,
$79.99, $279.99.
well, it's gonna, Mayor Pro Tem's gonna have to break the tie.
Well, I'm gonna go with number two, I just need a motion. So I don't even think we need a motion. We just need to tell you this has already been approved
Yeah.
for
you
the
approved
chairs.
it.
So,
Yep, got
if
it.
we got
Bonded
three
leather.
for number two. You lost.
So we don't need to.
Cynthia has some stuff. Stay here. Okay, I had a couple of things. One is I've got 3 invoices that have to do with the security camera park upgrades. I've received them. One's the final from H&H Door. It's $9,944, which would actually, we budgeted $50,000 in that line item for that. So that would actually take us to that $50,000. I did receive 2 invoices extra from Avanex and RTA, which actually was to hook up the security cameras and stuff. And those come to about $2,200. So I don't know if y'all are okay with me taking that extra from the tax note, or if I need to.
Yeah, just a clarification there. Were there other expenditures on top of that 9,000?
Well,
Of that
it-
50,000 line
It
item?
was $50,000 from H&H Door. I think their total invoice was 49,000, some 700 or something like that. So it came close to that 50,000 that we had initially allocated. But I have since received, like I said, 2 invoices from Avanex and then from RTA to actually get them completely hooked up so that they're now finished. So the project is completed. I just was, if I can use the little bit of funds from, it would be a little more than what was actually initially allocated.
We
So-
still
so
have
what's the
reserves.
overage?
Yeah, and there is
Uh,
reserves, there's interest, and then I also had one other request because there is actually what I was, a grant match that was put into the this is coming out of the 23 tax note, not the new one, not the 25. So this is from your 23 tax note. There was a line item allocated for 130,000 for a GLO match. That match was actually a duplication. It's already been paid out of the 2019. So we actually have an extra 130,000 plus any outstanding interest left.
So-
On the
in that-
23 tax note.
In the 23 tax notes. So there is.
When are we out of time on that? On the 23?
I think it's the end of next year. I
Yeah.
believe it is the end of.
Well, it's
next-
23, you got seven years, so
years.
we
Oh,
did it in
okay.
23, so you've got some time.
So you've
But-
found the funding for it.
Yes, I found the funding and like I said, we realized that it was a duplication. Hey, we have already did it out of the 2019 CFOs when we did the match for that grant.
So you're finding us money.
Well,
Oh, that's a lot of money.
Mhm.
So,
but I'm going to ask to spend some more of it.
Oh,
well, starting to sound like Edward. Oh, so it's always like, I found you money and I'm gonna ask for it back. So the 50,000 was the original line item.
Was the original, yeah.
How
we-
much did it go up to total?
Well, it was, I think that's what we initially put in there because money got allocated. He gave up I think there was a fire department truck that was 200. So that was taken away and 50,000 of that was allocated to pay for security cameras at the park is what it went down to. So that line item was 50,000.
I guess what I'm struggling to understand, I think Councilman Jameson also seemed to ask a question that was similar is, are you saying that of the 50,000, we're only spending like 11? Or
No,
of the
we've already
50?
spent 39. Now I got the final bill. They had the initial payment. Now I got the final bills in.
Okay, so it's 39 is what's already been spent plus
I was spent
10 plus
H and
22.
H finally finished the project up, so now they're billing for the final completion of the project. H and H plus what RTA and Avanex had to bill to pay for that.
So it looks like roughly 51,000.
Yeah,
It's roughly, comes out to like 52,000.
Okay.
52. I don't, we can.
Okay.
Yeah, we.
It's
Yeah, I
a it's a
just
couple
wanted to-
thousand. Like I said, I can either put it in the city budget or if it's okay, since it all has to do with the security camera project.
We'll talk with that. What else do you need? What are you?
And
wanting?
then the other one has to do with Tyler Technologies. We allocated for the conversion, the fees, and the initial money was in there. I recently received a bill from them for the annual maintenance fees, their software for their modules, not realizing, and needless to say, I did not put it in the budget. So by finding that other 130, I was wondering if it would be okay to use, because that bill is 63,000. I don't really want to hit the city's budget to put us that much further behind. And I wanted to ask if I could add that to the, we're not completed. We've spent to date approximately 140 on the total on the conversion. We have left with the payroll part is still being done. Utilities and everything's gone live, but there are bills that are still slowly coming in on some of that, but the payroll portion has not been billed.
Is this cost related to the migration specifically?
Right, this would be the annual fee. I didn't realize they were going to bill us for some of the modules, kind of upfront for some of them. They just went live, and so, but per contract, that's what they do. I wasn't thinking they were actually going to bill them. I thought I had till the next year, but they didn't. They sent me a bill. I've gone back and forth with them, so now I'm having to pay the bill. I just need to know if you want me to pay it from the budget or the general fund budget, or if we can allocate some of the funds from the 23 tax note, since it is still part of the initial conversion that we're doing.
I think Jeremy, if we can hear from him, because this is his budget to wrangle.
Yeah, and I talked, him and I had talked.
She and I did have this discussion, and it simply put was a misunderstanding with the contract. There is nothing out of line or improper. It's just the way that the company bills. The initial bill that was paid, it was assumed that that bill covered from that date moving forward, and then at a 1-year interval, they would bill again. But they charge you at the very beginning, and then they charge you at the beginning of the next cycle, which was sooner than we expected. So I don't have an issue with it. I think that
So
We're lucky.
what's the unanticipated hit we're trying to cover?
63,000.
Okay, so there,
That's why I
the
said I
hundred
found
and thirty thousand you
130.
found in the 2023 is we just
Six-
lost
six.
63.
About half.
I'm just trying to bottom line it.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Is,
And I don't really want to, hit the budget for 60.
so I
The
think
general
what I'd understood from the previous city manager was we were able to put some of this into the tax note during the transition phase because it was seen some of this fee won't be during the
Yeah.
transition phase. So do we have
After
to?
this year, this fee, the annual fee that we will pay will be part of the annual budget process. What we pay for OpenGov in that other software will go away. And we will be going with the Tyler Technologies. That fee will be added. So when we start the next budget process, that annual fee will be included in the budget next year.
And so does this,
This was kind of a catch-all year. I didn't
yeah,
think to put it in when we were budgeting back then. I wasn't thinking, oh, well, they're going to bill us because we're just in the middle of doing the conversion. I didn't think they would bill until
Yeah.
your modules went live, but they don't. They go billing based on when you sign the contract. And
Nice.
I tried to get out of it and tried to go back and forth, but
Oh.
to no
We're
avail.
good with being able to put it in the tax note this year
If-
without a
if-
problem.
100% of it, or do we have to prorate it? I guess is where I was kind of getting
No,
to.
the whole thing. And like I said, because the MIT fund money, we don't need that grant line. I'm not taking from anywhere else if y'all are okay with me using those funds. And then you would still have about 60,000 or so that y'all could still spend in that note for whatever else. I need to move that line item. I just don't know where to move it. It still says the MIT if you look at the tax note.
Well, I like the recommendation that we go back and use the found money from 2023.
I do too.
That
Yeah.
way we're not
For
impacting.
20
it.
Either not
It's
hit the-
a no-brainer to
Yeah.
me.
Can I get a
Really good.
motion for that, please? You're gonna need a motion for the park upgrade and the Tyler Technology, which will amount to about, what is it, $70,000?
They both have the
overall.
23?
They're both out of the 23.
Actually, I'll make you've heard from everybody. So if you're going to do like a motion for each one, did they already do the ones,
the
the
park-
brush?
They already did
Okay,
the brush.
just
I
making
didn't
sure.
need a motion for mine and then, yeah, they're.
Okay.
We can do two motions for this. We can do a motion for the 9,000 or the 10, the 11 or 12,000 for park upgrade. Okay.
I'll go ahead and do that, Mayor Pro Tem. I'll make a motion that we approve spending an amount of $12,200 for the upgrading of the security cameras out of the 2023 tax notes and $63,000 towards the ERP system out of the 2023 tax note.
I have a motion. I need a second.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Seeing none. Councilman Dunham,
Yes.
Councilman Meek,
Yes.
Councilman Jenkins is a yes. Councilman Washington.
Yes.
Councilman Jameson.
Yes.
Okay, motion has been approved for tax note expenditures. Okay. So we will now hear recommendations for planning and zoning. Anybody signed up for this, Jennifer?
Do we need to
Speak.
Item 8?
Hmm?
8.
Yes, we're on 8. Public.
So public comments, no, there's
Yeah.
nobody signed up for public comments and there's, then P and Z is, there's nobody signed up for.
Okay,
P&Z.
so thank you, Caroline.
We're on
Sorry,
nine.
you went to a separate page. I lost it.
We're on 9, correct? Mayor Pro
We're
Tem?
on 9. Hearings from planning and zoning.
Okay, good evening, everybody. We met last Tuesday on December 2nd. We had 4 main items on the agenda. The first one is for a zone change from SF2, which is a single-family dwelling and duplex district, to a PDD, a planned development district in the Arvix neighborhood. This topic seems to be another one of those items that was a correction from several years ago where it was not recorded properly, and it was like a two-part request. After much discussion, we recommend approval for the first part of the zone change, and we recommended denial of the second part. The first part of the zone change is for the 5.36 acres to be rezoned to the PDD. We recommended denial of the 0.27 acres part because, number one, the size of the area was too small to qualify for a PDD, and also it is not contiguous with the 5.36.
Hold on a minute, Caroline. I'm with you where you are, but this is listed as B in our deal. There, you were talking about the single valley, 5.36 acres parcel and Lomas L acres. Is that where you're at? Because in ours, we have 1800 Southeast Fourth Street as our first.
Oh, ours was,
I have 1800 Southeast Fourth.
that was our second.
9A.
9A.
Yeah, and there's no graphic or anything for that,
Yeah.
so it's just a one page.
I'm just going, this is what we had in our packet. Was the first item, was item 3 in our packet was the discussion and action on a zone change from SF2, single-family dwelling and duplex district, to a PDD, planned development district for parcel 68380, A46 Lomas L acres 5.3600, and parcel 68392, A46 Lomas L acres 0.2700 to be rezoned from mixed residential to the PDD. Property owner Roving Volunteers in Christ Service. Is that?
So that would be the first one, the Southeast Fourth Street, just worded. very
It's the second one.
There's
That
no
was-
address shown either.
It says 1800 Southeast.
In the packet is the first one, on the agenda it's the second one.
Mhm. Yeah, that's what I was getting at in the
Okay.
packet. It's kind of backwards here.
So which, are we gonna talk about that?
Well, she's already started
Okay.
about this one. Let's just finish it.
Okay.
Okay, so for this one, we recommended approval for the 5.36 acres to be rezoned to the PDD. But we recommended denial of the 0.27 because it's too small to be changed to a PDD. We recommend that it stays mixed residential because there's a city street that goes into part of that property. And then there's some land that's ground cover, but it's not contiguous. There's a separation of the street separates the 0.27 and the 5.36. So that's why we had to keep it separate.
All right, let me get this straight because this
doesn't
is
have to
all
list them.
one motion on this and you have split the motion into two pieces.
Mhm.
So it would be up until the 2 at the parcel 68746, the 2.27 to be rezoned. You said no?
For the rezoning of the 0.27 acres, we denied that. We recommended denial because it
Denied.
doesn't qualify.
And the reason I'm asking this, because we're going to have to split it in the motion since you've got this in one motion here.
Right.
Jennifer, is there not a map of this? Okay, thank you.
On a single family, so you did approval and this is a variance
No, it's a zone change.
zone change, a
Mhm.
zone change. Thank you.
Mhm.
And that's going to be just half of that motion.
Correct.
Okay. Approval on that, denied on the bottom. Okay, thank you.
Question on this, how legally detailed are these required to be? Because it's not completely filled out, and I just want to make sure we're not in a gray area.
What's not legally filled out?
Description, like changing the zoning class at the top on the back page, there's nothing filled out there. Is it supposed to be that way?
Yeah, that's,
I just want to make sure that.
Yeah, 'cause it's a zone change. It's not a variance.
Okay.
two. So it's a zone change from SF1 to PPD,
SF2.
SF2.
to a
Thank you.
PDD. Mhm.
This piece down here is the piece that they're trying to change to PDD. Why is that?
Correct.
And then they also wanted this tiny piece right here that's mixed residential to be PDD also, but the road is right
Right in the
there,
middle.
splitting the
It
property.
puts it.
Okay.
So it's two.
What is the pink
The pink is PDD already.
It's already PDD.
on that piece?
Mhm. So
This
it's just
piece they acquired in 2020, no, 2000.
1,000. So this is like 25 years old.
Would
And it
you
was never
put the arrow on that again where it's the point two?
right
Right,
here.
right. That
That
little
little tiny sliver.
gold triangle.
Here.
Oh, fine.
Tiny little
Mhm.
piece. I can zoom in too. Ah. This,
So that little triangle.
Yep.
Right. They currently have their shop there. There's like a wood shop there.
Is that a conforming use?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And then what is the property below that goes outside the city limits? Is that a relevant property?
That's a residence.
this is the Reinhardts that came recently and changed it to mixed residential for mobile home.
Okay.
Right. Because part of their property is city and part of it's county.
I mean, I think the recommendation that P and Z has made feels appropriate here.
Because it's contiguous
Mm-hmm.
and they just wanted to expand it to make.
But the other one, I don't think, especially if for some reason that property ends up deciding they want to develop, we can continue the city grid and that
Which property?
the property to the east. If that ended up deciding to come into the city limits, we can preserve our ability to preserve the city grid and all that kind of stuff. So I think that your recommendation of that little sliver staying as it is makes sense.
Yeah, it doesn't qualify for a PDD.
Just for clarification, this is P and Z's report to you. We then have to have a public hearing about it, and then you have your discussion about it. And so they're separate on the agenda.
Okay.
I just needed to get it straightened out that it's one motion here on this and it's really not, it's two. Okay, I'm good.
Perfect.
Yeah, we split the thing. Okay, the next item that we discussed was at 805 Charleston. And they had requested a variance for a 2-foot 5-inch side yard setback. What had happened was they had added a carport cover and a driveway. And because of the way the house was built years ago, you cannot even see it from the front of the road. You can only see it from the back alley. And again, there was a lot of discussion on this item as well. And our questions were answered and we recommended approval to allow the variance because it met all the requirements of a setback, of a variance. Okay, are there any questions on that one?
Since it doesn't say it here on how you've got it put out, it doesn't say a 2-foot side yard setback.
On our agenda, it says discussion and action on a 2-foot 5-inch side yard setback for 805 Charleston, Riverdale Block 10, Lot 3 and 4, property owner Yakubitis.
Just going-
Spelling that right.
What are you reading off of, Carolyn?
I'm reading off the P and Z agenda.
Okay, well, we don't have that on our agenda.
And I
So
haven't
that's
seen
where
your
I'm
agenda.
trying to straighten this out. So and since this is now A and that's now
Oh,
B.
no.
So we have a 2-foot side yard setback is what you're saying is part of what they're wanting.
They had requested 2.5 foot, 2-foot 5-inch setback.
And it meets, I have to ask this, you'll determine it met all the stuff for.
It met all the requirements for the variance, all the conditions for the variance.
And can I just clarify, it's, I think it says 2.2 foot 5 inches, but it's actually 2.5 foot. So 2 foot 6
inches, right.
is the variance. Cause
Thank
it's
you.
a 7.5 foot required and they only have 5.
Okay, thank you, because that'll have to be part of the motion.
That was part of our discussion as well.
Thank you.
Okay, you ready for the next one?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, the next one we had was on our agenda, it says discussion or action on an ordinance amendment, section, do you want me to read all this? 3.6.3, section 5.3.6G, section 2.2.4D1, section 2.2.5D5, 2.2.8D3, 2.2.9D4, 2.2.10D3, 2.2.12D1, 2.2.15D1, and section 6.1 and definitions of code ordinance of the city of Smithville to allow an 8-foot double-sided wooden fence as a noise attenuating wall and to define the administrative authority. Basically, a lot of the items that come before planning and zoning was because of the masonry wall ordinance. It's always, I don't want to have masonry wall, I want to have something else. So we basically said this would, a double-sided wooden fence, 8 feet tall, would qualify as a noise attenuating wall. And then to define the term of administrative authority, which basically is the city.
So I need to ask Jennifer, so this is in the general development section, part 3 of ordinance number 2025-6 XX?
It's in multiple sections, so we're trying to address every section in our zoning that addresses masonry walls.
Masonry wall.
Okay, then I have another question. Is all of this going to have to be spelled out in the motion, or can the motion, I'm going to ask the attorney on this, can the motion for the ordinance amending the section referred to as the masonry wall of the city of Smithville's Code of Ordinances, so we don't have to go through this?
Yeah, just cite the ordinance number and you're good.
The ordinance number, thank you.
They didn't put a number. I don't put numbers on my ordinances because I don't know if they're going to be approved yet, so the numbering system, I just.
Then if you read off what the agenda states, that's fine. You don't have to cite every section because the ordinance itself cites those sections.
Okay, well, it doesn't, our agenda doesn't have an ordinance number, so I'm
Yeah,
gonna,
what Jennifer's saying is the ordinance number that's there might not, because it's got the XX, she doesn't know which one will be there, so you can't really list the number.
okay, so just set it as the ordinance and not.
Yes, just say ordinance.
Thank you. That makes it simpler.
And we unanimously recommended approval.
Yes, approval.
Yes. Then the last one we had was discussion and action on an ordinance amending the zoning ordinance, chapter 14A, section 4.7, to add regulations pertaining to the short-term rentals. This has been discussed for many, many months now. This is just putting it into the proper ordinance language. It was amending it to add regulations pertaining to the short-term rentals. This moves the city into a position to help manage the registration of the short-term rentals and improves requirements for short-term rental registration and enforcement when the STR operators are not in compliance with the law, basically. It gives y'all more teeth to do something about it. I don't know how many we have that are not in compliance right now, but this would help you, give y'all some, pardon me, are not compliant.
I'm confused, Caroline. Why is the short-term rental ordinance part of what you were reviewing as P and Z?
Because we were given the task earlier this year to start looking at certain ordinances that apply to zoning. And this was one of them that was assigned to us.
And I can clarify, anything that's in the zoning ordinance has to go through P and Z before it comes to council. And so that's why it went through to them first for recommendation.
Did we give the prioritization of this to P and Z? We as a council?
Not you as a council, no, it would be,
Where did that come from?
it's statutory law that you have to go through planning and zoning first before you go to council, if it relates to the zoning ordinance. Ryan can cover.
She said she was given the task. That's why I'm just saying who assigned the task.
Oh, okay. That was discussed when
when we were going to change how we did
Mhm.
short-term rentals and collected the money, bringing it in-house instead of using Avenue. We had to change the ordinance and get the ordinance right so we can take care of this.
So we'll address the other phase of this with.
After we get
later-
this.
Later on, okay.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to get the end game here. Okay, thank you.
And we also approved this unanimously.
Say again.
We approved this one, we recommended approval for
Thank
this
you.
one unanimously. Anything else from me? Questions?
No. Thank you very much. So we're going to go out of the open meeting into the public hearing. Jennifer, anybody signed up to speak?
No one has signed up to speak for this.
You? So I'm going to take these in a little back to the order that we have in our agenda here. So,
You can move to open meeting.
I've moved to the public hearing is where we are now. We were in open meeting, now we're in public.
No,
hearing. Yeah. Okay. So, on a side yard setback for 805 Charleston, Riverside Block 10, Lot 3 and 4, property owner, I cannot say that name, Family Trust, agent Barron Homes, Inc., DBA Custom Pro Remodeling. We have the variance was approved by the P and Z. Any discussion? I need a motion.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'll make a motion to. I don't have the right wording for this. I do. I recant my make a motion. I do have one question. In this variance request, it requests a 2-foot, not 2.5. And I just want to double check what we are, because what has been said is 2.5, but this specifically says 2 feet.
Barron, would you, please come forward.
I can clarify this really quickly. Brandon's correct. We're requesting a 2-foot side variance. Do you mind if I just show you some quick pictures to put all this to rest really quickly?
I mean, I am fine with it. Yeah.
The ordinance calls for a 7.5-foot setback, which with this house.
We're gonna have to have the discussion on a microphone. We've got to capture it.
But the original setbacks on the survey that was done in 2008 required a 5-foot setback. The driveway that's already there on the survey, if you'd like to show that on the map as well, or it's there, was already built at the time the house was built. And this structure was built directly on top of that driveway. What we're requesting for is 2 foot for that structure to be where it is currently.
That makes sense. So I just wanted to call that out because I heard 2.5 feet a lot. And so I just want to make sure that as we're approving this, the variance as requested is 2 feet. And so I just want to make sure that that is what is understood.
Okay, when you make your motion, make sure you state all the conditions that make the motion.
I don't have that cheat sheet, so I'm not comfortable making that
May I
motion.
have that sheet, please? As you see, we only have one copy of this.
Perfect. Mayor Pro Tem, I move to approve the requested variance of a 2-foot side yard variance on the south side of the property at 805 Charleston, Riverdale, Block 10, Lot 3 and 4. Property owner, Yaku Betis Family Trust, agent, Barron Homes Incorporated, DBA Custom Pro Remodeling, with the following findings: that the variance will not be contrary to the public interest and there are special conditions affecting the applicant's property. And because of the special conditions, literal enforcement of the ordinance would result in an unnecessary hardship, and the variance observes the spirit of the ordinance, and substantial justice is done by granting the variance.
I second that motion.
I have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Okay, no discussion. Councilman Dunham,
Yes.
Councilman Meek,
Yes.
Councilman Jenkins is a yes. Councilman Washington?
Yes.
Councilman Jameson?
Yes.
Okay, motion for a variance at 805 Charleston is approved. Okay, so next we have, on the agenda that was given to us, this is one part. We are going to have to break it down into two parts. So this is on a zone change from SF1 to SF2 for parcel 68380 A46 Lomas L acres 5.3600 from basically this is a motion to change that from single family to public dwelling, which is SF2.
Sir, I believe that's a PDD.
It is PDD, but I think in our stuff, it's SF2.
It says MR to PDD in
Yeah.
our notes.
Okay.
Carolyn, can you remind us which property ID y'all recommended to change to PDD and which one you did not recommend to change to PDD?
5 acre plus was
And that's what we are on.
Which is the property number though? We have 68380 and 68397. I believe 68397 is one you did not.
That's right. That is correct.
And those are both at the 4th Street address, Caroline?
Pardon me?
Southeast 4th Street?
Yes.
Okay.
For the 68380 is the 5.36 to go from, we had SF2 to PDD. You said SF1. We have,
I see MR to PDD in our,
and the MR one is the
okay, I see.
683.
Second one.
Okay.
Okay, and is there anybody here for this zoning change? Anybody just,
He left.
she left? He left.
Randy.
Thank you.
He left.
Okay. I'll make a motion if there's no discussion.
Yes, on the first part, you bet.
And Mr. Henry, if you would mind correcting me if I mess this up, because it's going to be complicated.
Alrighty.
Mayor Pro Tem, I move to approve the requested variance. No, that is a variance request and not a.
It's a zone change. It's a zone change.
Do we add the findings?
Zone change from SF1.
So we don't need as formal this.
No, we don't.
You don't have to read those on the zone change.
Mayor Pro Tem, I move that we approve a zone change from SF1 to PDD for parcel 68380 A46 Lomas L acres 5.3600.
Stop.
Stop, yes. I need a second.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
No, sir.
So, Councilman Dunham,
Yes.
Councilman Meek,
Yes.
Councilman Jenkins is a yes, Councilman Washington.
Yes.
Councilman Jameson.
Yes.
So for the zoning change for SF1 to PPD, we have a unanimous yes. Now then, we need to go on for a rezone from 68397 A46 Lomas L acres .277 to be rezoned from MR mixed residential to PPD, property owner Roving Volunteers in Christ Service agent Randy Bauer.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'll make a motion to deny the requested zoning change of parcel 68397 A46 Loma L Acres 0.2700 from mixed residential to planned development district. Property owner, Roving Volunteers in Christ Service Agent, Randy Bauer.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. Councilman Dunham,
Yes.
Councilman Meek,
Yes.
Councilman Jenkins is a yes, Councilman Washington,
Yes.
Councilman Jameson.
Yes.
So we have a unanimous vote for denying parcel 68397A 46 Loomis L acres, 0.27 acres to be rezoned from MR to Planned Parenthood. Boy, I tell you, it's been a long day. Thank you, thank you. I'm here all night, okay? I'm here all night. I'm too old for Planned Parenthood, so we don't need to do anything with that. All right, to
Stop while you're ahead.
PDD, yes. Property owner Roving Volunteers in Christ is denied. So let's get away from that one. And let's go on to an ordinance amending sections referring to the masonry wall of the City of Smithville Code of Ordinances to allow an 8-foot double-sided wooden fence as a noise attenuating wall.
Mayor, I have a comment on Mayor Pro Tem, I have a comment on this,
Okay.
that I understand the intention behind it and reducing the burden towards development. However, I think as we continue to look at the Highway 71 corridor being expanded and development to be increasing along that corridor, with the hopeful encouragement of residential and commercial being in close proximity to each other, that while this is currently a very annoying ordinance and that it's requiring going through P&Z for this on a regular basis, I do think it would be short-sighted to repeal this ordinance, or this requirement in the ordinance, whenever we know that we're going to be seeking more development along the 71 corridor.
I guess we have gone through this in council many, many times. Part of this is to kind of have our ordinances where we are not putting variances forward every time. And that's why we are doing this. I believe when we start annexing and and all the annexation along the 71 corridor, we can move to approve for that area that the ordinance will have to be that they have masonry wall. We can change it for that area. But I believe for the general part of the city, we need to change this so they're not having to go through a variance every time and the people can get on with building and not having to wait a month.
Are there current overlays that we could utilize to not have this applied to certain sections of the city?
I don't know if we have that now, but I don't know why we couldn't do it down the road. Could we do that, Jeremy? Okay, yeah.
It's just not there now. This is going to be a broad brush change to basically lighten the load, and we're in effect, we're accepting 8-foot double-sided wooden fence as a noise attenuating wall. We've just changed the parameters, the definition of it, but it applies to everything. We don't have it, we're not broken out anywhere in town right now.
No. And I will say that this is basically just to make the projects move smoother and faster, and they have a way to move on instead of having to wait, 30 to 60 days before they can get anything done.
And I understand that. I guess I look at certain situations that I personally have witnessed on the south side of town, and one of the examples that, and this is not a negative comment towards the county, but with the warehouse that was approved, I understand their adjacent property isn't really worried about it, but having a warehouse type facility, which could be seen as more of a heavy industrial type use right next to single family, and not having the default being a cinder block wall to really help with that, because there's a lot of dust, there's a lot of noise, and we have a lot of flexibility, and we have a lot of old ordinances in our in play currently, and old zoning in play, that someone could just come in and easily put something in that is very annoying to a residential property next door. And I understand, some of the properties like Dairy Queen, they have the fence and there's nothing next to it. And I think that there's certain variances here that we should have, but I think maybe limiting it to only being commercial next to residential can get the fence. But if we're having a more heavier use of the property, such as industrial, to not move away from the center block next to a residential use.
I guess when I'm looking at that is, number one, and I speak to this, it is not SF1, it is all SF2 south. Okay, so it's multifamily, and not excluding that, because I do understand the whole reasoning behind that. But again, my whole concept is a double-sided wood fence, and it does a lot of noise and attenuation, and we need to, I believe, go with it. Your point is well made about heavy commercial, and heavy commercial, that should be just a part of when it comes for that, we'll just say, no, we want that kind of wall. That may be where we have to do the variance. But right now, we're getting more residential than we're doing anything. I do agree that later on down the road, when we go across the highway to 71, we're going to have to face that reality.
Council, if I can interject. When you're dealing with residential, there was a change in the law several years ago that basically said you can't regulate certain building materials that are not contained within the 2015 building code. So when you're talking about walls, especially the code was changed largely for masonry aspects. So when you're talking about code for residential, not commercial, not industrial, residential only, your abilities are restricted.
So I think the ordinance currently is a commercial or industrial property that abuts residential. That commercial industrial property has to have a cinder block wall currently.
If you're regulating the commercial and industrial property owner to do that, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay, you just can't regulate the residential property owner to do that.
Yeah, that's my understanding is how it's currently written. I'm okay approving not commercial being allowed to have the double-sided wood fence, but I would hesitate on industrial use.
Jennifer, can we word it that way? Well, our legal staff, can we do that?
I would suggest you, because of the multiple sections you've got, let me fix it and bring it back to you.
That's,
I think we're ready to, okay.
Yeah.
okay. So
And
we will move away from that, and there's no action on this, on item C.
Maybe another question on this as well too is Tractor Supply was a great example of, I think, why this came up was they are a commercial property that abuts a residential property, but that residential property is outside the city limits. I think a question would be is in those kind of situations, how do our zoning laws apply?
If you're zoning the property inside the city limits, you're fine. You can't extend zoning outside the city limits.
No, that may have been misunderstood. So the Tractor Supply is commercial.
Mm-hmm.
Because it was next to residential, there was a requirement to put a fence up. But that residential was outside the city limits, therefore not subject to our zoning. And so I don't know how that works.
It doesn't matter that they're outside the city limits. What matters is that the tractor is inside your city limit.
Okay, okay.
And we can make that requirement as part of the plat approval or part of the project approval.
Yes.
So should we table this?
We're tabling this, so we're going on to D. Am I correct? And that's what we're doing? Okay. We're not tabling it. We're just not going to vote on it. Okay. On an ordinance amending the zoning ordinance, chapter 14A, section 4.7, City of Smithville Code and Ordinance, to add regulation pertaining to short-term rentals.
What is the exact purpose of this ordinance again? I understand there's a desire. I don't know how much of this is public or an executive session.
currently, there are 69% of the short-term rentals are non-compliant. So we are not collecting hot taxes from them. And it's not fair to the compliant STRs to allow the other one, the non-compliant ones, to continue operating. So this will basically give the city more teeth and more control over the non-compliant ones. The city will be able to contact VRBO, Airbnb, all them to say, you can't list this one because they don't comply with our regulations, our ordinances.
Is this the concept you were putting forward, Councilmember Meek? As far as this ordinance?
Oh, I just am confused while we're talking about the zoning ordinance and short-term rentals. This is coming into part of the approval process. I mean, I understand referencing other ordinance and making sure there's compliance with all the ordinance, but I'm not connecting the dots. I'm really not.
This was presented to the Planning and Zoning Committee, and we had worked with Jennifer and Doug, Berrien, and they had asked us to review it because it's a zoning ordinance. So we were doing this to try to allow the city to have more control over the STRs in town. This is just within the city limits.
Okay.
Does this also ties into item number 16, correct?
Yes, it does.
So this is putting teeth into our ordinance to give us the ability to move towards item 16 down here when we bring this in-house. That's my understanding. Am I,
Yeah, well, yeah,
That's correct.
I'm reading it correctly? Okay, so we're taking this step to prepare us for item 16 when we bring this in-house. So we're giving ourselves the teeth to stop the inequity of those citizens and short-term rental owners who are actually paying their tax
or compliant.
versus the 50, whatever it's 57 or 43 who aren't, which is not fair.
Mhm.
So this gives us the teeth to be able, when we bring this in-house, to enforce.
Yes, and even if you didn't bring it back in-house, this ordinance would help us work directly with Airbnb and Vrbo to have it on their platforms. And they needed this in our ordinance to be able to enforce it on their end.
In our
And it puts
short-term
the
rental.
onus on them.
Yes.
Right, right.
So it puts the onus, or we create another ability by saying to these people, you can't do business with them unless.
Unless they have our permit, yes.
Well, I understand that, but how does that pertain to the zoning ordinance?
The short-term rental ordinance, when it was created, is in the zoning because
It's part of the zoning
part of
ordinance.
the zoning
Okay, I did,
ordinance. Yes.
So I am kind of wondering if we need to talk to the attorney, because in executive session, the attorney mentioned he may need to talk to us about this in the future.
About the hot tax aspect.
Yes.
So what you're tying to, the teeth that the short-term rental ordinance does, what it essentially does is, I'll say it's sort of unrelated to the hot tax collection enforcement, because what it does is it says, your current ordinance doesn't let you tell the internet platforms to stop using them. This change lets you tell the internet platforms to stop using them. And so that's where the pressure comes on, because they can't list them on the internet platforms. That's different than enforcement mechanisms under the hot tax.
Okay.
I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor Pro Tem, I move approving amending the ordinance, zoning ordinance, chapter 14A, section 4.7, City of Smithville Code and Ordinances to add regulations pertaining to short-term rentals.
can we have discussion a minute? Can I ask a question?
If
Oh,
we get a
second.
second.
After the
then-
second.
Second. I'll
Okay.
second.
Discussion?
So essentially, since the STR now becomes a part of the zoning ordinance,
The STR is always, when we created it.
it's always been a
always
part of the zoning ordinance.
zoning
Okay.
ordinance.
Okay, so well, that makes more sense to me
We
then.
added regulations
Yes.
to that so that we now have the ability to
Yeah,
get more wide, broad enforcement.
okay,
Basically, what this is doing is giving Jeremy the ability to amend this ordinance so that we have more teeth to be able to pursue what we need to pursue.
Well, you're amending it, he's enforcing it.
He's enforcing it. Okay.
okay.
Any more discussion?
No, I was going to call the vote.
Okay, let's call the vote. We have a motion, let me get to it, to amend the zoning ordinance 14A, section 4.7, City of Smithfield Code of Ordinance, to amend to pertaining to short-term rentals. Councilman Dunham,
Yes.
Councilman Meek,
Yes,
Councilman Jenkins is a yes. Councilman Washington?
Yes.
Councilman Jameson?
Yes.
Unanimous? Okay. We are, item 14, we're not going to do that for the discussion action for public improvement. Are we doing that, or is that?
Why are we not doing it?
I thought that was moved to another time we were doing that.
So I can kind of speak to that. So previously, you all authorized me to negotiate some of the terms because there were some questions about some of the exemptions that were being asked for. I've since met with the developer and he has essentially come up with a arrangement that he believes would work. And I think we had two commissioners there as well who understood that to be the case as well. So at this point, the actual agreement itself has been provided by the developer, but our attorneys and our bond counsel have to look it over and make sure that the document meets our needs. So essentially, we wouldn't sign a document that he just provides us without having our legal representation confirm that it represents our interest. So essentially, we've agreed on the terms. We just need to make sure that the contract reflects the new terms of that agreement.
Are we allowed to give a rough summary of what we think that the proposal will end up being? There are people here who are interested particularly in one of the 8 exceptions.
Until the council approves.
So
It's not approved till the council approves it, right? So
yeah,
it would be a proposal on his, you're technically talking about contract negotiations, but since you've all kind of come to an understanding.
That's my consensus, but that's not the official
yeah.
consensus.
Well, may I share with the council members who were not there what we
Yes.
think that we're going, okay, so basically of the 8 exceptions that were requested, we are negotiating pending council approval that 7 of those 8 are approved, but the one regarding the community benefit fee is not going to be waived. He is willing to pay that, assuming that the council approves it. So that's the information that I wanted to make sure that we shared, because I know there are people in the audience who are very curious. So this is going to be a no action.
So essentially, like, yes, you're correct, no action, but what will happen is I will confirm that the agreement does reflect, once it goes through our ringers, I'll bring that back to you and then you can approve as is.
And just to restate for everyone, that was not any action taken. That was just bringing everybody up to speed on the current status of the negotiation.
Question, do you think we will have this by the 19th for our special call?
Absolutely.
Okay. That's what we needed to know. Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
I just see some confused faces out there because we keep talking about a meeting on December 19th, but most of them don't know about.
Okay. I'm gonna defer, we were going to have one on was it the 18th, but we couldn't have that meeting. We finally, all the council members decided we would have the one on the 19th. It should be on the website.
Not
Steve?
yet. I haven't posted yet. I post on the 15th would be the deadline, but yes, the 19th at 4.
Okay, so we will be having that, and that's part of that special called meeting.
Agenda to be determined.
Yes.
So there were several items that we want to act on in a quicker time frame than the 30-day period for our, council sessions to occur. And these developers are also, they have their own deadlines. So by us creating a special meeting, once we actually agree, we can actually help them meet their deadlines without jeopardizing any part of our process as well. So that's why we anticipate calling a special meeting so that we could meet both of our timelines.
Are we good? Okay. So, on to item 15, discussion and action on a letter of approval for Bastrop County ESD number 3 to be the EMS agency for the city of Smithville. I did get an email from, one of the members of the ESD. They want to get all of their approval for this right after the first of the year, so they are asking us to act on this letter. We've already voted on this, the voters have, so I think it's just moving it forward.
Mayor Pro Tem, would you like a motion?
I would, please.
I move approval of the letter of approval for Bastrop County ESD number 3 to be the EMS agency for the city of Smithville.
Second?
I second that motion.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
One question, just to make sure the wording is fine, is the bullet point, we had determined that the ESD will be the only provider of 911. That is just a classification of ambulance services, not speaking about our 911 service, correct? I just want to make sure.
When we went with the ESD, when call 911, they use the service. It is diverted to this district to service the city of Smithville. Now, they have been using another ambulance service, but they're bringing everything in-house, and that's why they need this.
So our local Smithville dispatcher will be in touch with ESD3 if ambulance is needed.
I believe that is how that all works.
Okay.
I don't think the chiefs here are I don't think any of them, no. So I'll entertain a motion.
I think it was motioned and seconded.
Oh, it is, hadn't it? Been motion and second. Okay. Any more discussion? Okay. So, we have a motion on approval of the Bastrop County ESD number 3 to be the EMS agency for the city of Smithville. Councilman Dunham,
Yes.
Councilman Meek,
Yes.
Councilman Jenkins is a yes. Councilman Washington.
Yes.
Councilman Jameson.
Yes.
Unanimous for letter of approval for Bastrop County ESD number 3 to be the EMS agency for the city of Smithville. Okay. Let's go with this one. Okay, discussion and action on the Avenue Insights and Analytics contract, bringing it back in-house and collecting hotel occupancy tax and processing short-term rental permits in-house, and how far back do we want to go to collect past hot tax?
So I could speak to this if you'd like.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
just the
Please do.
PowerPoints that I've done. So back in September of 2024 is when we adopted our short-term rental ordinance, which was in our zoning ordinance. So then in January of this year, 2025, is when we started our short-term rental platform with Avenue. And the letters got sent out, and we had been working with them for quite a while before that to get that up and running. As of November, we have in Smithville 35 active short-term rentals, and 24 of those are operating without a permit, without a short-term rental permit. And 21 of those STRs are either delinquent or not paying or have never paid hot tax. The bed and breakfast Katie House does not require an STR, so that's not included in the 35 active, or the Pine Point Inn, but they do still have to pay hot tax or hotel occupancy tax. With the short-term rental permit, in our permitting, we require that the taxes are paid. So when they come in and get a permit, their taxes have to be current. What we need to know is, are you wanting to have a clean slate and say, okay, I know you haven't paid for the past 2 years and we see that you're operating. We don't know what what they operated and what that cost is. We would have to look at their books. It would be a process that I'm not sure how, we haven't been able to get them to pay. I don't know how willing they would be to let us look at their books. And probably going back to what Ryan says about hotel occupancy tax and enforcement, I would recommend just clean slate, but that's totally up to y'all. When they come in for their permit, because Airbnb has shut them down, then we'll give you your permit, you're gonna start paying hot tax. And then we'll let Airbnb know that you're compliant with us. You'll have a short-term rental permit, and that's how I anticipate being able to get more hot tax in to the city.
You're basically recommending an amnesty program. I mean, that's not fair to the people who have been paying all along. They could come back and say, give me back my money.
No, for
And
sure.
I'm not
No,
just
and that's up to
arguing
you.
this.
You tell me, when they come in for a permit and they say, okay, this is, we see that you were on the platform and you were operating,
Yeah.
you owe us back taxes. You tell
The
me.
purpose of what we're doing is to bring them on board, and maybe they'll start paying. Well, there's not going to be any maybe.
So I guess the question for the city attorney is,
Yep.
there seems to be a lot of conversation about
Can we even
benefit
do that?
private individuals. Does that fall into this realm here if we were to wipe the slate clean?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand the question.
If we've had a lot of discussion about financial benefit to private individuals. If we
Yes.
were to push this pass and say your slate's clean, is that falling into that?
No, that aspect is you giving something that is already the city's. Okay,
Okay.
what she's talking about is waiving
Past
past taxes. that-
taxes.
The only taxes you can't waive are ad valorems, like your property taxes. Those cannot be waived, but the hot taxes can be waived. And so it's up to you if you want to waive them or not.
Can we legally go back and ask them to pay back hot taxes?
Yes, you can. There's actually no, I hesitate to say this part, but, because I don't want it misunderstood. There's no statute of limitations for taxes, right? So you can go back however far or little as you want.
I guess the question for me would be, how do we verify how long it was occupied and everything else? We're looking at such a gray area of how we would get it. And
Yeah.
I'm like you, Mitch. I want to see everybody pay their fair share. But I also I want to get them on board so they're paying their fair share now. And I think if we start backing up for 2 or 3 years, only thing we're going to get is them maybe, something we don't want, then
Well, you
just continuing.
You can't collect unless you know how much income they had during that time, because it's a 7% of whatever they collected. And that means looking at their books, or they're on the honor system when they come in, both of which don't seem very realistic. So, it's like, how far back do you go? Do you even try to go back? And what's that compliance look like? Does Doug go beat their door down and say, you owe us $200 for this? I mean, I'm just
I think we
thinking
could
about
have,
the logistics of doing that.
I hear you. And maybe we have to have individual conversations with each one of these, and, honest, just whatever they're going to say, well, we think this is about what we did. I'm just appalled when I look at these numbers, and 24 of the 35 actives that we've identified are saying, I don't have to play your game. And I don't appreciate that. And I do appreciate the 11 people who are paying. So am I taking a hard line on this? Maybe so, but, they're going to have to come on board because we got the teeth now, and we're not going to let them get on these internet platforms for the most part. So there's your enforcement. So they're going to have to come on board. And I'm just, if they want to come to us and I'm putting work on you, I'll volunteer to help you with this and sit with each one of them individually, and let's negotiate something. But I just don't think it's fair to the people who have been paying that we say, we're forcing everybody to come on board. They have no choice. And we're just going to say it's okay that you cheated the system for the last X number of years. So I'll stop there.
So I guess I have one more question. Enforcement. The only way for enforcement to work to me really is to have them like come forward and show us how many times they had rented it within a 6-month period. If they don't want to come and show us and give us a way to actually look at that, we revoke their permit because they are not complying with how we are going to have to write this into our law.
Yes, but you have to put in your ordinance, you need to make some adjustments to the ordinance. Not necessarily the zoning aspect, but you can build it into just a regular enforcement ordinance. So you're not having to go through P and Z that builds in when you can pull the permit. And so you can make it so that they don't get a permit unless they establish they've paid their hot taxes for the past 2 years, if they've been in existence for the past 2 years.
Yeah.
But it's hard to know how much, right? And so if they can't establish that, you cannot give them the permit, but then they'll come up with some number and you'd have no way of verifying it, right? And so
And
there's.
Jennifer and I will sit with them individually, one-on-one.
Well, and I'm hoping too that once we get on with Airbnb, that we can have their history.
Yeah.
I'm really hopeful that we'll have their history and we'll know. But we don't know that until we get in there and get on the platform that they have. So
I think for some of these, some of them are investments and they are doing this to make money, and some are not as financially minded or may not have the means. I think I would be comfortable requiring that the back taxes are paid, but to put them on, say, like a 12-month payment plan, let them continue to operate. And by the second year of renewal, they will have to have their back taxes paid up. We'll be collecting the forward ones at that point. And then at
I
that
have no
point-
problem with the payment plan. I just want the commitment to make it right.
I agree too.
And I have no problem with that. I don't know how you're going to word that.
I guess we're kind of going far afield because the motion here is to do what we're going to do with the contract with Avenue Insights. I mean, bringing it back in-house was as part of this, but that will be for a separate thing, I guess. We need to stay on point here.
Well,
This
she's
is
Well, I
got
not-
think
listed
there's a
on the
lot in
agenda
there.
item, how
Yeah.
far back
3
we want
different
to
points
collect.
in this.
Yeah, and I understand that, but it's going to have to be a long worded thing that we're going to have to come back with the short-term rental.
I'm ready to do a
ordinance.
long.
Let
worded
me
motion.
make this suggestion, council. Let me bring back an ordinance with enforcement options for you to pick from.
Yeah.
Okay?
Okay.
And then you can deal with your contract right now.
So no
we can-
action taken. We have.
No, we deal with
Why
the
don't we
contract
do-
now. We deal with the
Yeah.
contract now. The other thing I have to ask is, are there any legal repercussions we're going to have with ending this contract with Avenue Insights? Just saying.
Standard 30 day.
contract ends on March of
Ah.
this coming up year. And so we have to give a 60-day notice anyways. They have 30 days to come back and fix whatever we're saying we want to, or we can just say that we don't have it. We don't have the money. We're just not renewing. So 60 days is the day before the contract ends
Well, can we not terminate this for non-performance?
we can,
Because they have not performed. Terminate.
Yeah, I mean, it's, before I was on council, we were promised $200,000 and they're less than what we were getting before, which is crazy.
I think you're only going to get a month out. I mean, if you have to give them 60 days and it is up in March, I mean, you might save a month.
I think the
Let
amount
me
we
put it
saved
to you
for
this way.
attorney fees is.
Yeah. So, and that's kind of where I was going. It's legally stronger to non-renewal than it is to terminate. It really-
Okay.
Yeah.
Saving money, man.
We saw where he wanted to go, didn't we? Okay, so
Jimmy, or do you want to make a motion?
we've already.
Or you
I
have
thought we already
Clifton?
made the motion in second
No.
because
No,
we
there's
did not.
no-
Okay,
no.
all right.
You're no,
Yeah.
you need to turn.
Yes,
Mayor Pro Tem, okay. I make a motion to bring back in-house and collect hotel occupancy taxes from Avenue Insights and Analytics. Terminate the contract with Avenue Insights and Analytics LLC and bring back in-house and collect hotel occupancy taxes and process short-term rental permits in-house.
Clarification.
Because we said we were going to non-renew.
Yeah,
We just-
you said terminate.
Oh.
Did you mean terminate or non-renewal?
Non-renewal.
Thank you.
Do I have to repeat it? Okay,
We're good.
thank you.
All right, I have a motion. Do I need a second?
Second. A second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? If not, I'll call the roll. Councilman Dunham,
Yes.
Councilman Meek,
Yes.
Councilman Jenkins is a yes, Councilman Washington.
Yes.
Councilman Jameson.
Yes.
Okay, so motion approved for ending, for, I guess, non-renewal of contract with Avenue Insights Analytics LLC contract and bringing back in-house and collecting hotel occupancy tax and processing short-term rental permits in-house.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I may make a procedural request.
Yes.
Can we move item 24 up? Because I know a lot of our audience is here for that.
I have no problem with that. Any of the other council have problems with it?
No.
On 17, okay. Yeah,
No,
I've
we-
got-
we
No,
went
I was
from-
just looking for ahead to being fair to the, but we're gonna have to, I have no problem with it.
Okay. We're moving to 24. Discussion and action on MOUs with nonprofits waiving rent and utility fees per resolution 2509-555 and the council action at the September meeting for each of these will be voted separately. Fire Department, Smithville Area Chamber of Commerce, Lost Pines Artisan, Smithville Community Gardens, and the Workforce Training Center. Before we go any farther with that, let me address E. I don't believe we need to do anything with the Workforce Training Center and Career Tracks. Their MOU that exists, I've talked with Tom Etheridge, who is on their board, exists until 2030. So what happens with them does not go into this, so we can strike that. They are good through 2030. So E will not be there. Before we go into anything, I do want to address some things that I have about this. Under the current things that we're going to be voting on, I am not in favor of voting on the MOUs that we constructed back in September after all of the public feedback and stuff. So how many people do we have speaking?
4.
4. Let's get them up here.
Cody Wilson.
Hello, thank you for giving me a moment to speak about the LPAA. I have prepared statements.
Cody, can you give name and address, please?
I'm sorry, Cody Wilson, 500 Ross. I don't think you guys need my zip code because it's probably,
That's just protocol.
okay. I'm just gonna read my statement. There's a lot of scuttlebutt and there's been a lot of talk and miscommunication and people are talking about threats and other stuff that I just have no idea about. So I'm just gonna read my statement. The LPAA and other nonprofits have been actively involved volunteering in this community for decades, investing in our town's children, citizens, communities, businesses, and enriching the city's culture. They're actively engaged in educating and helping the retired community, children, and their parents feel connected to each other and the city as a whole. Many families have no other publicly available avenues to participate in the arts without nonprofits like the LPAA. There's value in their efforts, and the fruits of their labor can be seen throughout the town. Many volunteers and organization members feel blindsided by the MOA, that their organizations are under attack, their community efforts are not valued, and worse, that they've been punitively targeted. The potential of paying full market rent on a building that was donated to the city in order to further the arts in our city is offensive. The reality is that the LPAA has been operating rent-free for more than a decade at the Mary Nichols Building, and all their energies have been towards enriching the community, maintaining the property, and expanding their capacity to bring the arts and culture to the community. Many of the nonprofit's active members are vulnerable, retired, working, retired, disabled, poor, or are working full-time raising young children. The reality is that all of the retired and aging volunteers' energies go directly to the community. If they're faced with substantial increases in rent and utilities, the organization will slowly suffocate. Instead of using their limited energies for art education and community building, they'll be instead forced to hawk cookies and doodads and push pledge drives and fundraisers to keep the lights on, instead of putting that energy into teaching and supporting the arts. Many organization and volunteers are already struggling to cover their own expenses, and they only have so much to give. The arts are an escape, a source for connection, enrichment, and community. Squeezing them for full market value rent is unsustainable at best and a death blow at worst. I truly hope that the city's council sees the value in the arts so that we can work together to reach a realistic solution that does not force grandparents, retirees, and families with young children to fill budgetary gaps due to out-of-touch state laws that are open to interpretation. My wife had to leave and take the kids home, get them ready for bed. But she wants me to say if the city truly wants to be supportive of the nonprofits, then a reasonable solution needs to be formulated for each organization. That should happen in a separate forum with all the players concerned. There are too many details and variables that the MOU does not account for. They may gain our confidence if they agreed on a date and time to have a meeting for each organization. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next, I have Brandy Royster.
Hi, good evening. I'm Brandy Royster, 115 Redbird Lane, 78957. Good evening, council members and residents. I am the president of the Lost Pines Artisans Alliance. I'm here to speak to you tonight about the proposed MOU between the City of Smithville and nonprofits occupying city-owned buildings. It's my understanding that there have been a lot of heated debates surrounding this issue, and my intention this evening is to help clear up some of the misconceptions. A document outlining all these items was emailed to the council. Our understanding was that in order to be in compliance, we needed to demonstrate that we serve a public purpose. Right now, it seems the biggest issue with potentially allowing nonprofits to occupy city-owned buildings is whether it's legal. What the Texas State Constitution does state is this: Article 11, Section 3 prohibits a city from becoming a subscriber to the capital of a private corporation or association, making an appropriation or donation, or loaning its credit to such an entity. Article 3, Section 52 prevents the legislature from authorizing political subdivisions to lend their credit or grant public money to private entities. Underlying principle, the core principle is to prevent the use of public funds for private benefit and to ensure that taxpayers' money is spent on public purposes. Ways that a city can support nonprofits: find a public purpose. A city can provide financial assistance if it directly serves a public purpose, such as supporting services for at-risk youth or other community benefits, as long as the expenditure is not gratuitous. Ensure a return benefit. The city must receive something of value in return for its payment. This can be a service or other consideration that benefits the public. LPAA contends that the city does receive value in return for allowing LPAA to pay little or no rent as tenants of the Mary Nichols Art Center. We contend that LPAA directly and indirectly serves a public purpose. We contribute to the quality of life and the character of Smithville. LPAA has been an excellent caretaker of the Mary Nichols Art Center. Through grants, we were able to make the necessary repairs in order to keep the historical building functioning and safe. The email document contains 4 pages of examples on how those grants have been used to repair the building and provide programs that attract visitors and enrich the lives of our citizens. Some of these include music in the park, sculptures on Main, theater in the park, as well as various murals painted around town. LPAA also operates an art gallery at 206 Main Street. This is a cooperative gallery with members donating their time to run the gallery. We have several hundred visitors to our gallery each year. As an example, from 2020 to 24, we have seen an increase in the number of visitors to our gallery from 503 to 1,828. We have art sales and pay sales tax to the state, of which 2% is returned to Smithville. If the city dissolves its relationship with LPAA and/or the cultural district, the relationship with TCA, LCRA, and other grantors will be greatly jeopardized. These grantors gave money to LPAA for the Art Center, not because it is a city-owned building. I can't even begin to describe how grateful we are to have someone like Jill helping us to secure these grants, who cares so much about our beautiful town and wants to see it flourish. There have been a lot of discussion about economic development and expanding the tax base to make up for the loss in taxes from our residents that have reached retirement age. I ask you to consider what would be attractive to a family with children, considering buying a home in Smithville. They're going to want to live somewhere that has things for their kids to do and things that a family can do together. We want to be able to continue to provide activities and programs. LPAA is requesting the MOU be tabled until we can meet with the city to discuss future plans and revise the MOU or lease with the city accordingly. I believe there is a pathway forward that would lead to a mutually beneficial arrangement and would like to continue working together with the city of Smithville to find it. Thank you.
Next, I have Sarah Hickman.
Hi, my name is Sarah Hickman. I live at 801 Northeast Tiger Lane here in Smithville. And as we've waited 3 hours, I'm hoping I can have more than 3 minutes, possibly 5. I'm here on behalf of the Chamber of Commerce, the LPAA, the Mary Nichols Arts Center, the Community Gardens, and the Volunteer Fire Department. A quick review of each. The Volunteer Fire Department is a health, safety, and emergency organization, so it already meets the city's requirements. The Mary Nichols Arts Center was deeded to the city in 1992 with the intent the city use this building for the arts or the heirs would reclaim it. The Lost Pines Artisans Alliance has worked to restore and renovate the building, host classes, and create public art programs in the venue. In 2013, the city and LPAA partnered to apply for a cultural district designation by the Texas Commissions on the Arts, and since then has raised over $50,000 towards building improvements, including the roof and window repair, external and internal paint, an ADA-compliant restroom, HVAC, and other very costly expenses that the city did not have to pay. If the LPAA were not the tenant of the space, it would violate the terms of the deed, and the city would lose the building. And 2, the city would not have been able to raise all the grant funds or have this house take a priority in the budget to do the needed repairs and upgrades. The partnership through the Cultural District makes the LPAA effectively a branch of services that the government has agreed to provide to the community. The October MOU does not include important details that are in our lease, including our obligation to carry property insurance and who is responsible for maintenance. As far as we're concerned, I'd like to agree with Brandy that we table the current proposed MOU, meet with us in person, and work out an agreement. The Chamber of Commerce. The city should have the lease on record in Jennifer's file cabinet, but perhaps the Chamber's original documents all burned in the fire in 2019. When the previous building was constructed in 1996, the city essentially contracted the Chamber to staff and manage the visitor center. My understanding is that it is still staffed through the Chamber's Community Host Program, honoring the agreement made nearly 30 years ago. It is common for cities to run visitor centers, and the partnership with the Chamber has extended that service, such that the city doesn't need to expend direct funds for it. Additionally, the Chamber runs the HOT Fund program and has managed about $30,000 in facade grants. The city and Chamber partner on a number of projects that extend city services and improve the business of climate in town, offering the kinds of resources like an online library-funded business educational program during COVID that the city doesn't have to staff nor has time to do. The Smithville Community Gardens. In 2010, the Smithville Community Gardens set up a garden site on Miss Inez Green's property opposite the Smithville Food Pantry and encouraged community members to harvest fresh organic produce together with the food they received from the Smithville. Additional programming includes mentorship for youth going through the local juvenile justice system, an original goal of Judge Clarence Culberson and Judge Ron Jones, two of the founders of SCG, and informal lessons about at-home gardening for residents across the community, especially focusing on people who are food insecure. When Smithville Food Pantry moved to its new location, the city offered the building to Smithville Community Gardens as a more formal community space. By that time, library programming was starting to occur more frequently in the building. Library programming and juvenile justice grant mentorship programs have become an even greater focus in the past several years. The Smithville Community Gardens Center now includes a makerspace, a regular homeschool program, a tool lending library, a technology center including laptops and free Wi-Fi, homework help, and other programming that extends the library's services and the municipal court's reach to mitigate truancy issues for at-risk youth. People are encouraged to come to the garden to harvest the food they need and to learn how to garden. But this center itself has grown to provide many more services to our community that improve the quality of life across generations and neighborhoods. So what makes Smithville a destination town is its arts and nonprofits, which is why the state gave us a cultural arts designation. Causing financial stress on our nonprofits makes no sense. Not only would it impact these important and beloved and well-utilized nonprofits, if they had to fold or close, these MOUs would change the tone and the very character of what makes Smithville unique. As I said at the last city council meeting, I encourage those of you who are for the MOUs to please rethink and change your position. Impacting or altering our nonprofits will alter and impact local businesses as well. As a business owner and a Smithville tax-paying resident, I staunchly discourage these MOUs. The crucial reason I chose Smithville over Lockhart was because I believed Smithville cherishes the inherent benefits of our arts and nonprofit groups. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, I have a couple of statements of fact, if I have questions.
Go for it.
One, I forgot what the first one was.
Councilman Dunham, may I interrupt first? Because I was the one that was asked to draft some of these MOUs, and I think there's a misunderstanding as to what their purpose is and what they're supposed to do. And so I'd like to clarify some of that. You'll note that it says the ability for waiving rent and utility fees per resolution 2025-09555. As one of the citizens noted in the beginning, the Texas Constitution does have restrictions that you cannot give a thing of value to any private organization or private group unless their purpose also serves a public purpose. That resolution went through all of the organizations and determined they all served a public purpose. That was the entire reason for that resolution. All the things you were saying was exactly what that resolution does. It says they all serve a public purpose. And that was part of the reason that the next step is if you're going to waive fees, fully, partially, however you want to do it, you need to have some sort of agreement, an MOU or an actual agreement with consideration back and forth. But since if you want to waive everything, it would be an MOU that actually sets forth that you are allowing them to use the services for a full or partial waiver of these fees for that purpose, that they're serving a public purpose. And so that's what these MOUs are intended to do. Now, originally, prior administration had essentially said the starting point was they wanted a tiered approach. You will need a MOU regardless, even if you waive everything, which is what the city's been doing for years. You've just been doing it without documentation, right? And so if you want to waive all of it, this resolution lets you waive all of it. Okay, but you still need an MOU the MOU just needs to say, we waive all of it. Okay? And so you would basically delete in the draft MOUs, Roman numeral 2, 5 and 6. Okay? And then you're waiving the fees just like you're already doing, right? It's a documentation aspect. But our instructions when we were to put together the resolution was to make sure that we could find public purposes for every one of the nonprofits, which we were able to. And that's exactly what they do. They serve those public purposes, so you can waive the fees, however you wish to do it. This is mainly intended to document it, to cover the city, to say, you determined they serve public purposes, and no one can come back on you for waiving those fees.
Thank you for that explanation. That helps.
And I want to also say that despite the expletives that were aimed at me just a minute ago, that is absolutely what I've been trying to communicate. Whenever we had this brought up a few months ago, I advocated for utilities, but I did not advocate for rent. This was a surprise that was brought to the entire council. This was not what we asked for. And I have tried to clearly state, and I've failed apparently, because it has been extremely hostile towards me. And I've been trying to sit here and explain the very thing that the attorney has just explained. We have to have a document that says that you're doing this thing. And please just work with us on that.
Anybody else to speak, or is
Yes,
that it?
I have Caroline Noy is the last one.
Caroline?
Caroline Noyes, 706 Mills Street here in town. Sarah has basically said a lot of the stuff that I was going to say. The only thing's different is that we've had something going on with the city since 1991 with the original chamber building. And we've continued that through the fire and to where we are right now. And yes, that it is common for cities to run visitor centers, which we've been doing. Currently, the building that we're in is less than 3,000 square feet, and basically approximately 33% of the building is public, the visitor center and the Railroad Museum. We already contribute to our phone services, internet, storage, and volunteer hours, and multiple operating costs that go in operation for the chamber and the city purposes. Some of the soft costs that are not counted out include soft costs tied to programming and services that directly support the city, like economic development activity, event management, and tourism promotion. Beyond the facilities and event management, the chamber oversees several committees that provide direct value to the city of Smithville, its residents, and the broader community. These committees contribute to the economic development, quality of life, and overall government support, such as our film commission. It's restructured. This is a $1.5 billion finances that there's a program that the state offers. And we want to get a piece of that. By restructuring our film commission, we're going to be going after some of that money. The Smithville Workforce Training Center, Career Tracks, was born from the chamber. It's promoting a viable workforce within the city and surrounding areas. The top 10% for the We Support SISD programs, that helps promote workforce readiness and civic engagement, because it's all these education focused initiatives that they do, and community pride by supporting the ISD, their families, the students, and the residents. These programs strengthen the connection between the business community and the school district, contributing to long-term community development. Historically, the city used to provide the chamber with between $20,000 and $25,000 a year for economic development and tourism-related services, including many community events and promotions like the Festival of Lights that we just had. We suspect, we haven't got the numbers yet, but we figured it's about 6,000 visitors this past weekend. That we stopped getting these funds January of 2023. So that's been part of the struggle that we've dealt with over the past few years by not having the support. That's pretty much all I have. Thank you.
All right, so that's all of this, the speakers, Jennifer? Okay. So right now, I guess where we need to go with this is, we now know that the, resolution allows, what the resolution basically does, allows us to make the MOUs how we want them, how we want to read them. We
Yeah.
can waive rent and utilities for each one. We can go
Yes.
down through each one and go to where we need to go with these.
Yes.
Okay. So, we'll need a motion for each one.
Technically, if you're going to make the same change to each one,
Mhm.
you say with a change, you say it applies to all of them.
Okay, well,
We have
I-
to separate one of them out,
Yeah,
though.
separate. The chamber needs to be separated. Kathy is on the board at the
Okay, so she
chamber.
has to
So she'll
abstain.
abstain, but we could
Okay.
put all the other ones in as
Yes.
one.
Well,
Yeah.
I think we need to discuss each one because the fire department is a standalone issue.
It's up to you.
The
You can-
chamber we need to work through that because certainly I need clarification also on a statement of fact when we keep referencing public service versus governmental purpose, public purpose,
Public purpose, yes, sir.
because the document that we had from your office said as long as the entity's mission serves a governmental purpose.
It's, a governmental purpose is defined as a public purpose.
Okay.
And so it's, governmental purpose is a little bit broader than public purpose. In certain contexts and others, it's reversed. I didn't want to overly confuse the issue. So as long as it's a governmental or public purpose, that's stated in the document, you're covered.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I may, I'd like to make a statement.
Go for it.
Okay. And I want to explain to the people here and to the people who are listening, we've kind of gone down a rabbit hole here chasing a false narrative. And a lot of energy and time and emotion was put into attacking something that didn't exist. To invest the time and energy to put together all of the people and the statements that were made and the petition that was signed through change.org indicates that you guys have a tremendous ability to reach out and touch other people to help you. So I want to thank you for enlightening me about change.org because going to them to help you get people to sign up on the petition probably showed you and me that you've got a tool out there that can help you. Now, I'm of the position that if you're a nonprofit and you have a 501c3, that's your license to go raise money. So I exchanged emails with change.org and asked if they had a fundraising platform that could be applied to the petition drive that you guys organize. And they said, absolutely, tell us what you want to do, how much money you're trying to raise. So maybe you could go back to change.org and go back to modify your petition drive. And I think there's 180 something people, however many people signed, and say, hey guys, can you give us $25? Because you still have the obligation to raise funds. I can't, Sarah, I can't interact with you at this point. That would be up to you. My logic right now is stating my position, and I'm almost done with it because it's been very encouraging to me. I think the work that all of you do is phenomenal, and it's definitely a fabric in our community. We need it. We're not trying to shut that down. We never were. And we need to work through the next phases of it, which a lot of this work has been done. But I want to mention to my colleagues, because we represent 4,000 citizens and over 2,000 property taxpayers. And this is a slippery slope from the standpoint of we're only addressing the 5 nonprofits who occupy city-owned property at the time. But I have already been approached by other nonprofits in town. They want a piece of the pie too. They want to be able to not pay their utility fees So we have to take a look at what this means, because we're not in the business of reallocating property tax revenue. That's not our job. But I think that when we can calm down the emotions of it, you can see we weren't trying to shut down anybody. That's not what we were doing. And whoever created that narrative or that perception, go look at your sources of where you got your information that made you think that was what we were doing. Sarah, right now, I'm speaking. So let's just be careful, because there are other nonprofits out there who are going to say, well, I want my utility fees waived also. We had addressed this earlier in the year when we did the tiered approach, but that was only on the utility side of the equation. It was not on the rents. And so we were going to phase in paying utilities over a 2-year period. Now, I thought we already took that action. So if we're going to revoke that action, we need to know if that's what we're trying to do here. Because entering into an MOU, I guess will over supersede the action that we took earlier in the year, which was a phased-in approach over a 2-year period to paying utility rates. Now, we also have a fee schedule that offers a reduced fee schedule for nonprofits on the utility side. And I'll use the example of the farmers market right now. I mean, they're paying a fee to rent that space on Sundays, and they're paying a nonprofit utility rate, but they pay their utilities. You take a look at the Heritage Society, they're paying a commercial rate on utilities. Is that something we need to evaluate where they're able to take advantage of a nonprofit utility rate? So it's a bigger issue than just these 5 organizations. And that's what I just want to caution all of us to make sure that we're considering the impact of that.
I guess I have a different viewpoint than you do, Mitch, on this. My viewpoint is these 5 are on city-owned property. And as for the other nonprofits, we used to give money to them, and we were giving about $22,000 out that we gave out to the other nonprofits. We have taken that away because of budget restraint. I do understand that. But I do believe renting utilities on city-owned properties for these nonprofits, especially because of the fact the Lost Pines Artists Association, we would not have a arts district without that. And that arts district allows for lots and lots and lots of grants that come in. Joe could run that down, but I don't think we need to. I guess where I'm at with this is for all of these, we don't have to consider workforce because it's outside. They have an MOU that goes to 2030. But the others, I believe we could move forward with. I mean, if you want to, charge them $1 rent and $1 for utilities for the year. And if you need to make a monetary or just no, we are going to let them stay there with no rent and no utilities. I would like to make this a 3-year MOU that is renewable. And I would also have to stipulate in the MOUs that every 6 months you have to come to council and tell us what you've done to enrich the community. I don't need it from the fire department because I get the tone outs that they're going out and enriching the community every time they help at a wreck, every time they help somebody with a lift assist or whatever. But the rest of these definitely serve a public service. And I understand, Mitch, where you're coming from, but I'm not there.
I think for me, where I am increasingly frustrated with this process is you did not hear that we wanted to raise rent, that we wanted to charge rent. That direction did not come from council. That was a decision that was put forward by the previous city manager and this previous city manager alone. I started finding out about it whenever y'all started emailing. That was the first time that I had read the MOU to understand what was actually in there, because the only thing that this city council approved was to charge utilities. And it was originally decided as a unanimous council that we were going to give you 1 year But I personally advocated for y'all to get the second year at half rate, to stair step it in, to allow the opportunity for fundraising to occur and to not make it this extreme burden after a year. I have tried countless times to say, we just need to understand what you're doing. And I got an amazing email today from LPAA, finally, that says what you're doing. It's great. That's what we needed this whole time. And that's what we needed to see to be able to waive your rent legally. I'm not okay with charging y'all rent. I've been advocating for y'all this entire time. And for just the absolute nastiness that I have received for this, without a willingness to hear what is actually being said, to have the expletives hurled at me from the back of the room this evening, whenever I'm on your side. I'm trying to support y'all. I'm trying to advocate for you inside of this council. And I'm trying to work with you. I'm glad that y'all are finally sending in the information that we need. I think, Jimmy, your recommendation is perfect. Because just like we're putting pressure on the rec center and all of our other city departments to make sure that the space is being utilized appropriately for our citizens, we need to make sure that these city properties are as well too.
I know that we have been in a really difficult couple of budget years, and at least since I've been on council. And it's tough. I mean, it's tough raising property taxes. It's been really, really difficult to keep the emotion out of how difficult these decisions are. But you're right. That's why we're on council. We accept that responsibility. But truthfully, I think we can weather this another year. I think we're going to be in much better shape next year with the economic projects and the growth coming. We're going to have more money, more local sales tax, more revenue coming in. And as we as a city grow, the nonprofits should grow as well. However, I just cannot. We have found money to do other things we need to do here. And I don't know how much money we're talking about here. If we were to charge rent, I mean, I've looked up what the commercial rates are. I can only speak personally to the chamber because I've been involved very heavily and I know how hard we work as a nonprofit. And I know it's the same for the other nonprofits. But for city-owned buildings, nonprofits and city-owned buildings, I agree, we need to have some accountability from you. We need to see how you're doing and what you're doing and the number of people you're serving. Absolutely. That would be for any department, whether it's a city department or a nonprofit. But personally, at this time, I just cannot feel good about charging rent and utilities for city-owned nonprofits. I just cannot.
I have a question. I know I'm Mayor Pro Tem, usually the mayor doesn't, but since I'm Mayor Pro Tem, I can make a motion, can I not?
Yes.
Okay. Well, then I would like to make a motion that we create for because I'm going to separate these out. I'm going to put the three together and the chamber will come separate. For the fire department, what now?
Can we separate out the fire department?
You want to separate out?
Because we have another motion from last meeting that we need to.
Okay, so I will just go with and one thing I want to say, the community gardens is absolutely just, to me, a outreach point for the library. All of the programming there is done through Judy. That's done through grants and finance from our library. To me, that is just a city program that happens. And that makes it to where it's just a non-starter. So I'm going to make a motion that for the Smithfield Community Gardens and the Lost Pines Artists Alliance, we make a 3-year MOU with accountability of that you come before council every 6 months and give us documentation of how you are addressing the community and fulfilling this being a public service for our city. I did say no use, no utilities and no rent for these. I will need a second.
I'll second that motion.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Just to clarify, how often are they supposed to come?
Every 6 months.
Every 6 months. So
And what are the metrics?
The metrics will be to come and show us how many people and how the service, what service they have done that makes it a public service for the city.
May I ask a question?
So those metrics are just chosen by each of the organizations?
They are chosen by their community outreach, which we have already proven that they do. I have given you the list. I've given it to almost everybody about how I
All I'm
believe.
saying is it needs to be part of the MOU. The metrics need to be identified and measured. We just can't say, come tell us.
I can go with that. They can provide us with well, they've already provided you with one, and I have provided one to you. We can write that into the MOU that shows how they are addressing the public, what they provide. As I say, with the community gardens, that's an outreach of the library. I don't think there needs to be anything, but I do want to hear everything that happens at the garden. So basically, what you're doing is you're bringing this all down. I'm sorry, Lost Pines, but this is coming really down on you at this point. So I need from you, when we do the MOU, I need you to come in and work with Jeremy on this, and you provide all of the metrics that he's going to ask you to provide.
Mayor Pro Tem, may I make a recommendation?
Yes.
That we do something a little different. Should we authorize the city manager to negotiate an MOU based on the criteria so that he can determine what those metrics are and have a goal with that system in place?
I am. If you would like me to
Amend your motion.
cancel my motion, I can't even get anything out. I can't talk. I will withdraw my motion and you can make a motion and do that. Is that acceptable to everybody, that the city manager works with y'all? Okay.
It seems like you have a question, comment.
I do, real quick. My job is obviously to go in whichever direction you all deem as a council, but I want to make sure I understand. You are directing me to get with the individual 5 entities that are identified here and determine which metrics are measurable by which you can confirm whether or not they serve an effective public purpose?
What we're asking you to do is get with them, and they've already shown that they are doing an effective public service, but let's make it so that it's reportable and accountable within the MOU. And there's really only 2 that you're doing this with, and that is the Lost Pines and the community gardens. The others are going to come under different deals. I think the chamber will
Closed
come
up
under
early
the
on.
same, but
Yeah.
it'll just be a different voting matter.
A question before I make this motion is, your budget does not include, well, it does include the free utilities for this year, so I guess, never mind, that's a moot point.
Yeah, we didn't budget the revenue. And trying to put myself in the interim city manager's shoes right now. I don't know that we've really given him direction. Does he come back to us and say, here's the
make a
metrics? Huh?
I'm about to.
You'll
make a
address it in
motion
the,
now, I guess.
okay.
Mayor Pro Tem, I make a motion regarding MOUs for Lost Pines Artisan Alliance and Smithfield Community Gardens to direct the interim city manager, Jeremy Fraser, to begin negotiating with the 2 nonprofits to determine the public good that they provide, to determine relevant metrics based off of the report that I have seen from LPAA today, that includes SMART goals, that includes projections of increasing impact at a moderate pace, similar to the impacts they've already had and demonstrated already. In exchange for that, there will be, for a 3-year MOU, an abatement of rent and an abatement of utilities.
Make sure you put in there that they have to report back to us every 6 months with metrics that they've done.
And a requirement to demonstrate those metrics and performances of those metrics to the council every 6 months. Probably not all in the same meeting.
Could you restate the motion? I second.
We have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? I think we're good. Okay, if not, Counselor Dunham,
Yes.
Counselor Meek,
Yes.
Counselor Jenkins, yes. Councilmember Washington, Counselor Jameson,
Yes.
unanimous for Jeremy to negotiate the MOUs. Okay.
You want me to do the
We're moving
next one?
forward. Now then we need to move to the other ones. So
Mayor,
I think we'll move to the Chamber of Commerce next.
yeah, Mayor Pro Tem, I believe Ms. Meek will be abstaining. Man, can I make a motion that is identical to the previous motion, but only for the Chamber of Commerce?
Yes. You just say, I restate my previous motion, but only for the Chamber of Commerce.
Mayor Pro Tem, I restate my previous motion, but only for the Smithville Area Chamber of Commerce.
I need a second, please.
I second that motion.
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, Councilman Dunham,
Yes.
Council Meek is abstaining. Council Jenkins is a yes. Council Washington.
Yes.
Councilman Jameson,
Yes.
unanimous approval for the Chamber of Commerce MOU.
I think with the fire department, I don't see us wanting to charge the fire department anything, but I think based off of what we have directed the city manager to do in the last meeting, that it may be wise to not vote on this MOU until we hear back from the city manager after he's just had discussions with the city attorney.
Correct. That is still pending because there's a lot of information that's hard to access with the fire department, but I think I'll be prepared to discuss that on the 19th.
Move we table the vote on that to the next council meeting.
Yeah, well, we can table it. They're under the existing MOU that they have, so that will just move forward. We don't have to do anything. We will table that motion until we hear from our city attorney.
So 17.
You good? Okay. Okay, so now we're back to 17. And before I read the whole, yes, are you gonna comment on? Okay.
I'm the chair of that committee.
Signed up to speak if you want to hear her first. I don't know how you want
I'll
to
let
take it.
them all speak if they want to.
Mayor Pro Tem,
We were.
Think comments first and then.
Well, we'll let y'all, do you want to go to executive first?
no, point of order for a slight recess.
Okay, we have to have a moment of silence. We'll be back in 15 minutes. All right, folks, it is 9:16 and we are moving back into the meeting. We are going to allow public comments on number 17, and then we're going to go into executive session. So whatever public comment.
Okay, it's Rachel Tolbert.
Rachel Colbert?
Thank you for your time. I'm Rachel Tolbert, 110 Main Street. I'm here neither for nor against number 17, the split rail fence at 100 Main. What I'm really here for is just to get some clarification on the things we talked about last month, which are three main things. One being access to emergency services, access to the gas main that falls underneath the property, and then the proposed green space. And if the council's had a chance to review landscape design plans, I'm kind of relying on the council to review these because I'm not entitled to see these plans. So I just want to make sure that they're being thoroughly examined by the council and, there's somebody with thought about the neighboring businesses is going into the decision made about not only just the fence proposed, but also the green space landscape plan. Thank you.
I'm not public speaking. I'm chair of the committee and wanted to present the item.
No, we are council now at 9:17. We'll be going into executive session for consultation over legal matters. Okay, it is 9:31 and we are back in session.
Hi, I'm item number 17. I am Monica Poss. I am the chairperson of the Historic Preservation Design Standards Advisory Committee, which we call HPDS. Sorry, I'm out of breath, HPDS. The only issue that was brought to us, and therefore the only issue on the agenda tonight, is that Mr. Millspaw asked us to provide a recommendation for a certificate of appropriateness for a split rail fence on his lot, his private property at 100 Main Street. The committee did not consider what kind of green space he's going to do, because honestly, whether it's grass or a dirt lot or a tree or cacti or a bench has no relevance to historic preservation design standards. Whether there's a gas line has no relevance to the item on the agenda. Access to somebody else's property was not on the agenda. All that came before HPDS and all that is before you today is whether or not a certificate of appropriateness should be granted for a split rail fence on 100 Main Street, private property owned by Sid Millspaw. We voted to recommend approval of this because there is a precedent for the same kind of fence just across and slightly south of this property. It's exactly the same kind of fence that he's proposing to put up here. Do you have any questions for me?
I do. What are your requirements for granting a certificate of appropriateness? What's on that list?
For fencing, there aren't strict guidelines in the architect's book provided to us to follow for a fence. So some of this is whether or not we think it fits into a historic context of appropriateness. So is this the kind of fence that would have been put up in the early 1900s when most of these buildings were put up? Or is this something that, a super contemporary steel fence that might be put up around a contemporary house today? Something like that probably wouldn't be appropriate, right? So it's really about the design of it. And just a very simple split rail fence is appropriate for historic design standards. It is something that would have been in existence and not uncommon in the late 1800s and early 1900s.
So as you said before, just to confirm, it has no bearing on city ordinances or, blocking an alley that's been used publicly for years. It doesn't have any relevance to anything other than the design of the fence.
Well, Ms. Meeks, this is not an alley. This has not been a public alley for a very long time because the city sold this land to Mr. Millspaw. And if the city had wanted to keep this as an alley, they shouldn't have sold it. And perhaps that's a discussion for y'all, whether you want to make an offer to buy it back, but that is not the question before us today. The only question is to grant or not grant a certificate of appropriateness so he can put up a simple wooden split rail fence and not have the public continue to walk and drive through his personal property.
Any more questions? No? Thank you. Okay, so we need discussion and action on a certificate of appropriateness to install a 2 to 3 foot high split rail fence at 100 Main Street. Owner Sid Millspaw.
Would you like a motion, Mayor Pro Tem?
I would.
I move that upon advice of legal counsel, we do not approve a certificate of appropriateness to install a 2 to 3 foot high split rail fence at 100 Main Street. Owner Sid Millspaw.
I'll second that motion.
Motion has been made and seconded. Any discussion? If not, I'll take a vote. Councilman Dunham,
Yes.
Councilman Meat,
Yes.
Councilman Jenkins is yes. Councilman Washington,
Yes.
Councilman Jameson.
Yes.
The motion has been denied per legal counsel. Thank you. The motion was approved to deny. Let me say it correctly. Should I do that? At this, yeah, we can let you speak, but you have 3 minutes.
That whole lot is 2,700 square feet. If you look behind you, you can see that it's all one contiguous lot. It's not several other lots. And to deny a fence that would make that lot look better, like the one across the street, is all I'm trying to do. And I'd also like to block a little bit of traffic from hurrying across my lot, which they do all the time. I would like y'all to reconsider this. And where you came from, I'm not really sure, but I'd like to have a conversation with you about it, if you don't mind. That would be nice. Not tonight, obviously. So I'm gonna let you go home, go to bed. But thanks for your consideration. Anyway, I appreciate it. And everyone on that block brings all of their groceries and all of their goods in through the front door. I'm not sure what she's doing, but she has access to her property from the back. She can drive her car into her property, and from the front, she can get into the door. And to allow her to have access to my property is like it's like me going to you and saying, here, I want to use your driveway and I'm going to put whatever I want to. I want to drive a big truck through here and that kind of stuff. Y'all would never allow that in a heartbeat. So I'm not sure what's going on here, but I apologize for taking up your time. I apologize for not having a better night tonight. Anyway, good night, gentlemen. Good night. Council members, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you. See you soon. Bye.
Okay. So we are on item 18. Is anybody signed up to speak on 18? No? Discussion and action on awarding a contract for the submitted RFQ bids for engineering and design services for the Smithville Crawford Airport 84R. I believe we have our airport manager that would like to speak, or do you want to speak first, Jeremy?
I was just going to queue him up.
Okay, I gotcha.
So on October 28th, the city of Smithville advertised for requests for qualifications from engineering firms that specialize in airport projects. The RFQ is for an on-call consultant, which is similar to a lawyer on retainer. The consultant is available to answer questions regarding all types of aviation projects, designs, and engineering. The Texas Department of Transportation Aviation Division, an FAA state block grant participant, has unilaterally undertaken a new process to select consultants for FAA, AIP, and state grant-funded general aviation airport improvement projects. The process does not permit airport sponsors input or participation in the selection of the consultant who will be performing the design and construction management work at the airport. This gives us this pre-selection of a consultant gives us the option to choose who we want to work with, as opposed to having the FAA or the state provide us a predetermined list that we have no input into. So Sandy can explain more in much greater detail, but that's the gist of it.
Okay, well, Sandy, while you're coming up, I need to make a comment that's outside of this. The Parks and Rec Board, we did not have enough people sign up, so it will not be on it'll be on the agenda, but there's going to be no action on it. I just want anybody that's staying for that doesn't need to.
Thank you. Basically, everything that Jeremy was just speaking to is exactly what I wanted each of you to understand. We're not asking the city to spend any money. This has nothing to do with anything as far as a project right now. This is all future projects based on our airport layout plan, which was developed in 2017. That plan, when it was developed by the KSA engineering firm, who was our engineer of record at that time, parts of it did not come to fruition because FEMA felt like parts of it weren't going to be beneficial to the county. And that goes into a whole nother story. But the main thing here is the request for qualifications is exactly what he was saying. TxDOT Aviation Division is trying to take this selection process away from the airport sponsors, being counties and cities that own their airports. We have the ability to make this selection, which our committee met. We got not brochures, but actual submittals from 5 engineering firms. And we read and compared notes on all of these. Then we had a scoring sheet, went through and scored them all. And we picked the highest one to recommend to the city council to select. And that company is Wolpert Incorporated. All of these are great engineering firms. 3 of the 5 have worked with the city of Smithville in past years. Some of them were worldwide companies. We felt like they were too large and weren't going to function well with us. And the others, for different reasons, they just didn't score as high as the one that we picked. But the main thing is we want to take the opportunity, because in the very near future, TxDOT Aviation will take this right away from us. And this will lock us into a 5-year on-call consultant that will have the ability to renew that on 2-year increments after that expires. Is there any question that I can make it more clear?
The only question that someone might have is, I understand that we're pre-selecting this consultant. Does this require us to work with them? Can we choose to work with other people?
Good point. I'm sorry. I should have said that. We're in no way bound to work with this firm that we would select on any project at any time. But the beauty of it is that Jeremy or myself, when we're working on a particular plan for a project or something that we're doing out at the airport right now with this new project that we're going to start soon, the lighting project, we can call them and ask them a question, get one of the engineers on the phone and ask them a question, and we don't have this bill that we're running up. And they will submit to us. We won't offer them a contract. They'll submit to us a proposal in the form of a contract. That I would receive that, or Jeremy would, and present that to the council to review, the city attorney review, and then we would get that all signed and put that away and have them as our on-call consultant. But we're not bound to them on any project at any time. There's no fees that we're locked into or anything. They'll put that into their proposal.
Basically, what you're doing is you're putting the engineering studies and everything else that will be going into this in the hands of the city and not letting the state dictate what happens.
Correct.
That's what I needed to know.
And in the past, we've always had that ability to work with the engineering firm or consultant, whoever that, it was a joint effort between TxDOT Aviation's planners and engineers and our people on our end. They're trying to take that away for several different reasons. The FAA does not agree with and doesn't support them doing this. And I've got written documentation from our FAA representative in Fort Worth, and they're trying to figure out a way to stop TxDOT Aviation from doing this, but so far,
Sandy, what's their purpose for not supporting this? I mean, is it,
the only thing I can really think of is they have the opportunity to look at several, and some of them are these engineering firms. They have the ability to pick them for whatever reason, and I'm not going to say anybody doing something fishy in the background, but you just, for whatever reason, they claim that there's some entities that are the airport sponsors like us that don't get involved enough in the project, and they have to take it over and handle everything. And that's fine. They can be in that situation and let them go ahead and let them pick that. But we want to take the proactive move and jump ahead. And I've been going to Texas Airport Council meetings for the last 2 years, and this has been a topic that's come up regularly. And all of us airport managers get together and they say, have y'all got an on-call consultant yet?
Sandy, so understanding bottom line, you and Jeremy are asking us to approve awarding this contract from the submitted RFQ.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem, would you entertain a motion?
Yes, I will.
I move we award a contract from the submitted RFQ bids for engineering and design services for the Smithfield Crawford Airport 84R.
I second that motion.
When, and point of discussion, we need to say it's awarded to Wolpert Inc. That was the firm that they selected.
Show me that word.
That's the last bullet point.
WOLPERT.
The last bullet point on the firm's.
Wolpert.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'll restate the motion. I move that we award a contract from the submitted RFQ bids for engineering and design services from Wolpert Inc. for the Smithfield Crawford Airport 84R.
I second that.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? No discussion. I'll call roll. Councilman Dunham,
Yes.
Councilman Meek,
yes.
Councilman Jenkins, yes. Councilman Washington,
Yes.
Councilman Jameson.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Okay, on 19, discussion action on an interlocal agreement with Bastrop County for the County Health Well Collaborative Create a Job, Save a Job. Anybody sign up to speak? Nope. Well, you have Jill. She signed up to speak. Oh, she didn't sign up? Oh, boy.
So I just wanted to, if you needed any questions, I'm here for anything that I can answer. This is one of those grants that we partnered with the Bastrop County Public Health Department. And so they did get $2 million over 2 years to be able to manage this issue. The Career Tracks is going to be a primary beneficiary of this, and we'll end up with, I think they're moving the numbers right now, but we started at 125 each year for both years, and we're moving that number up. And so we'll be able to be training over 250, whatever that number ends up being, over the next 2 years for people who live in Bastrop County and will work in Bastrop County healthcare facilities. So this interlocal agreement basically is the contract essentially. And for the work that we have done and will be doing to help manage the grant, City of Smithfield will receive $10,000 a year for both years.
Questions?
So this is asking us to approve 10,000?
We will receive 10,000.
Receive, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Is the city attorney reviewed this contract? Mayor, I make a motion to enter into an interlocal agreement with Bastrop County for the Bastrop County Healthcare Collaborative Create a Job, Save a Job, pending the city attorney's review of the contract.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call roll. Councilman Dunham,
Yes.
Councilman Meek,
Yes.
Councilman Jenkins, a yes. Councilman Washington.
Yes.
Councilman Jameson,
Yes.
So the motion is approved. Thank you. We have a discussion and action on a license agreement for joint use of pole between the city of Smithville and Spectrum Gulf Coast LLC. Anybody signed up to speak? No. Well, I'll entertain. Go
I
ahead.
was just gonna, I was simply gonna say that we did actually receive an agreement that has a few red lines that we need to kind of go through. But they've essentially sent us their version of the agreement. We just have to make sure that we agree with it. So it's not officially ready for approval, but
Okay.
we have everything we need to make the decision.
So we will, no action on this.
Should we
Yes.
table it till the 19th?
Correct, we can.
Will you have it by the 19th?
Oh, we have it already. It's just, we just have to have either our attorney look at it and say, hey, that there's no problem here, and then we could just sign it.
So action item is to add it to the agenda for the December 19th meeting.
Doable? Okay,
And I mean, it's trying to get it done.
well, yeah, it'll be very easy once it's reviewed.
I can do it in 5 seconds.
We want it done correctly.
I may not word it correctly, but I can.
Okay, so no action on item 20. Discussion and action on appointment to replace, reappoint members of the Smithville Housing Authority Board. The board consists of 5 members recommended by the mayor. Board members serve 2-year terms with 2 members appointed in even, somewhere I've got the rest of it. Even numbered years and 2 members appointed in odd numbers. The resident board members will serve 1 year. The following positions are being recommended for your consideration: Doris, Troy, and Novalee, I believe. Is that how that is? And in our packet, let's see, where are we housed? Troy. Okay, Novalee Wolf and Doris Weaver. Okay. All right. I'll entertain a motion. Do you need the full names, guys? Or do you have the full names of the?
I don't see it all put in one place. I'm having to thumb through it like you
Okay,
are.
right here, if you go right to the, look, Mitch, at 21, there's this right here, this thing, and it shows you all of it.
Does anybody else see that? I'm not on that page.
There you go. And the housing board, right there, the bottom 3 are the ones that they have approved.
Starting with Troy.
Uh-huh.
Mayor Pro Tem, I move we approve appointment for the following people to be members of the Smithville Housing Authority Board: Troy Strohr, Novalee Wolf, Doris Weaver.
I need a second.
A second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, I'll move to roll. Councilman Dunham,
Yes.
Councilman Meek, Councilman Jenkins is a yes. Councilman Washington?
Yes.
Councilman Jameson?
Yes.
So the hospital board has been approved with housing board, excuse me, said the wrong one. Troy Stewart, Novalee Wolf, and Doris Weaver. Now we move to the next one. Okay. So 22 is discussion and action on an appointment to replace Garrett Gutierrez on the Planning and Zoning Commission. There are several for that. I believe that Jeremy has recommendations.
Yes, this is one of the few boards that the city manager does make a recommendation to the council, and the council can either approve or substitute.
Mhm.
But based on my review of the candidates proposed and the skill set required for P and Z, I believe Brian Wells would probably be one of your stronger choices. Now, there were great candidates all through, but he specifically, because he does have a background in civil engineering.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I may make a comment. I am so impressed that we had this many people sign up as applicants being willing to serve. It's been a great response. We put a call out to the community for volunteers, and by golly, they signed up. So I'm very excited that people in the community are wanting to come forward and serve with us on that. That being said, though, I totally agree with the city manager's recommendation and would move that we approve Brian Wells as the appointment to the Planning and Zoning Commission to replace Garrett Gutierrez.
Would you put, is that your motion? Would you make it a motion?
Yes, sir. I move that we appoint Brian Wells to replace Garrett Gutierrez on the Planning and Zoning Commission.
I second that. I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call roll. Councilman Dunham,
Yes.
Councilman Meek,
Yes.
Councilman Jenkins is a yes, Councilman Washington.
Yes.
Councilman Jameson.
Yes.
Okay. On number 23 is action and appointment for the Parks and Rec Board. Because we did not have enough people sign up for Parks and Rec, we are going to move that to the January meeting, and we will hopefully have more people sign up for the board.
Get those P and Z people to.
Yeah,
sign up for-
Mayor Pro Tem, if I make a follow-up comment, just so you guys know, I did talk to a few of the people that were part of the list that have put their name forward, and there's some good quality candidates on there for Park and Rec. I know we don't have enough for you yet, for this board yet, but we've got some good people stepping up.
Okay. Okay. Parks and Rec is done. Hold on, we skipped, we've already done that one. So discussion and action on an updated resolution supporting the application to the Texas Department of Transportation 2025 Transportation Alternatives Set Aside Call for Projects and authorizing the city manager as the signatory responsible for the amended advancement funding agreement with the Texas Department of Transportation and related contracts. You want to speak? Go for it.
Sure.
Don't wait for me. Go.
So just some background on this. This was the 2025 call for projects. We had a 2019 call for projects that we were awarded for the Safe Routes to School. So that brought that sidewalk project goes from the elementary school, 8th to Marburger, crosses the railroad tracks, Miller, and then would hook into Eagleston to hook into those sidewalks. So we're working on that circle. So there were some issues happened with that. We had a lot of delays with the railroad, a couple other things that caused other kinds of delays. So what they did with this 25 call was they decided they were going to fund what we asked for on that call was to complete a section that had to be pulled out of that 2019 call to be able to deal with the railroad tracks because the expense is so high. So we put that in there. Plus we were going to do MLK all the way from one side to the other. So the entire MLK would have a sidewalk. And so what they did, because of how all of this stuff is kind of dovetailing together, is to put those two projects together. We are awarded the projects. We have the funding coming in. Safe Routes to School is a 100% grant funded award. The TA project from 2025 is an 80% grant award. So we'll those numbers have to work out, but that's essentially still going to happen. But now this resolution just has to be updated so that it can go into the AFA so that when this whole project all comes together, we have all of the pieces together that needs to go together.
So to clarify, the sidewalk crossings of the railroad originally were a little dicey, but now they are included in this project?
It's, yes.
Awesome.
Any other discussion? Any other questions? I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem, I make a motion to approve the updated resolution supporting the application to the Texas Department of Transportation's 2025 Transportation Alternatives Set Aside Call for Projects and authorizing the city manager as the signatory responsible for the amended advance funding agreement with the Texas Department of Transportation and related contracts.
I need a second.
I'll second that.
With a motion and a second, any discussion? Seeing none, I call for a vote. Councilman Dunham,
Yes.
Councilman Meek,
Yes.
Councilman Jenkins, it says yes. Councilman Washington,
Yes.
Councilman Jameson.
Yes.
Motion is approved for the updated resolution supporting the application to the Texas Department of Transportation.
Thank you all very much.
Okay, now then, we're down to our favorite part. Discussion and action on approval of the financial report.
Okay, you should have in your packet the November financial report. Apparently I got the wrong year on here. Anyway, as you can see, the overall revenues are currently at 2.5 million of the $16 million budget. Basically, we're where we should be 2 months into the budget. There's not a lot going on. We are starting to collect the property tax, so I expect next month to be really good in the general fund when we see it. I don't know if y'all have any questions. I mean, everything's pretty much on track to be where we're supposed to be 2 months into the year.
I don't know if it's possible in the future. Or maybe I'm looking at the wrong sheet. Never mind. I was gonna ask for last year and this year against this year's budget, just to make sure we're like pacing right, but I think that's where these are.
Yeah,
So,
it's last year. You get last year's
That's what I
compared to
thought.
this year.
He's on the wrong page. or
I do have the wrong year across the top up here, so I'll need to correct that next time, but
I had asked before you did.
something. No, I didn't say.
this is for November of 25, not November of 24, so.
Thanks for clarifying that for Mitch.
If no more, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the financial report.
I need a second.
I'll second it.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call roll. Councilman Dunham.
Yes.
Councilman Meek.
Yes.
Councilman Jenkins says yes. Councilman Washington.
Yes.
Councilman Jameson.
Yes.
We have approval for the financial report, and now then, I get to say the best words of the evening. We are adjourned.